check 1 2. Check.
Hello. Everybody has their laptops out and the presentations are happening here. But yes, good morning and welcome to Frappeverse Africa 2026. Okay, a lot of people are walking in. Please don't sit at the back, come to the front. The screen's not that big. Hi everybody, how are you all feeling? It's been a rainy evening and I think it took time for everybody to get here because of all the floods. But I hope you're excited. I'm so excited. I am Forum from Frappe's marketing team and I just wanted to say hi and say welcome to Frappeverse 2026. This is our second edition in Nairobi and from what I've heard, this is my first time, but from what I've heard, it's been awesome. I've got the chance to see the mocks for all the talks and they're so exciting, they're so fun and everybody's really put their heart and soul into it. So I'm very glad y'all are here. I know that the crowd is looking a little bleak right now, but it's going to fill up and everybody's going to have a great time. And yeah, I'll probably see you at the end of the conference day. Have a time. Let us know if you need anything. And yes, I'm just going to call on Ankita now to do the opening note.
Thank you so much, Forum. On the discussion. Karibu. How many? Wow, that's a lot. So since around 50 to 60% are new people, so most of the people might not know me, so I'll just start with a quick introduction. So hi, my name is Ankita. I'm the regional manager for Africa at Frappe. I have been growing the community in Africa for the last 3 years, and today I'm here to just share my journey so far so that I can tell you of how it has been for the last 3 years and how we have grown over the last 3 years. So my journey so far. So when I started with Africa, I did not have anything in my mind to take up this territory. I was actually very hesitant in the beginning because the people who have worked in the African market before me shared with me that there are a lot of challenges of working here. So I think every territory has its own challenges, but I did not think about it so much that time. I thought, let's take it a challenge. Let's see what happens. So I thought about creating a vision for Africa, that the vision for Africa should be to grow the community around the product. So growing the community was the center stage, and that's where everything started. So around 2021, we started with a partnership program The partnership program was a good eye-opener as well, because we were being able to identify the people who were in the community and the people who are actually actively contributing to the product as well. So it was a good program to start off with, knowing who are there in the community, at least in the African landscape completely. So over the 3 years, I have seen that around 23 partners got onboarded with us. I can see on the over here as well, there are multiple partners already. And we also have a open African community, which is also a Telegram group, where 553 contributors are there. And there are functional consultants, there are advocates of open source, there are developers as well. So and it's ever growing. So when I started in 3 years back, I think the community was very small. But now we have an active community of 553. Like even students are there. So there are some inspiring talks which you will even hear about how we are building capacity within the African community itself. So the major part and the center stage was, what are the contributions for the community and what are the contributions the community is doing, right? So the first part of the community contributions was localizations, right? And I think partners have actively taken a center stage around it. Can you just identify which flags are there on the screen? I know that people can identify 3 flags, but the rest of them? At least Kenya flag, everyone can identify. Yeah, South Africa, Uganda, Zambia, Burundi, wow, nice. I didn't expect that. And Tanzania, correct. Nice. So we have around 6 localizations which are open source. And some of them are upcoming. Can we identify? This will be difficult. Nigeria, okay. Zimbabwe, yeah. Mauritius and Ghana. The left-hand side is Ghana. Nice. So all these localizations that we'll have, it's completely open source. So that's the contribution of the community, that they have actually managed to keep it open source. We have M-Pesa integrations as well in Kenya, which is done by Navari. We have Tanzania localization, which is done by Aquatech. We have Burundi localization, which is done by Navari. And South Africa localization, it has been done by a community contributor, which is based out of South Africa. So that is the center stage. Now, just going a bit back, 2 years back again, the first time I visited Nairobi was, I just want to get an understanding about the breadth of the landscape here. So I visited for the first time 2 years back, and that's when we did an event over here. You can identify the screen also, it's in the same hall. It was here only. So we did our Frappe local event, Nairobi over here, and one in Dar es Salaam. Huge kudos to the partners who helped us conduct that. And we had around 50 attendees in Dar es Salaam and around 75 to 80 in Nairobi. Following which, we saw the enthusiasm and the drive of the community, and we conducted our first Frappeverse, and it was completely conducted at that point of time by Frappe. But this time, I'm happy to announce that Frappeverse Africa is going to be completely community-driven. And the center stage is taken by all the partners, all the community people, and Frappe is just going to handhold, but the community is going to drive it. So that's going to be the vision going forward. So let's get started with the agenda for the entire conference. So I want to welcome Muchai. He'll be telling us about the ecosystem building in Africa. He's the director and CEO at Navari Limited. So over to you now, Muchai. Asante.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Habari zenu. My name is Mochai Gateru from Navari Limited. I'll be talking about the collaborations we have worked with in the ecosystem. Mostly these will fall under what we call compliance applications. When I talk of compliance applications, I'm talking mostly of integrations with revenue authorities. But before I start, maybe I'll start with an introduction. For those who don't know Navari, again, my name is Mochai Gateru from Navari Limited. Let me talk about Navari briefly. So what we do as a company is we do implementations and customizations. You are all here, you understand how ERP service business works. Our first project on ERPNext was 2018, and then we became Frappe partners in 2019. There was a Frappe partnership program then we came back in 2021. So we have been around for the longest time, I think, in the region. I'm not sure, maybe Omitesh or Akfatek. The team size, we are 17 at the moment. We have 9 ERP consultants, 7 software engineers, and 1 coordinator, the coordinator being me. And then mostly the other roles like marketing, accounting, we kind of share that. It's mostly me, Brian, Priska, anyone really who takes up all this. So the main thing I wanted to share with you is how we are collaborating with other people in the region. And how we are doing this. For example, in Kenya, the Kenya compliance or the what we call e-teams, because that's how it's known around here. We built with we built it on Frappe framework, but there's an integrator who sits in between us and the Kenya Revenue Authority. They are called Slate. I think they should be here. Then we have built something with Kenya Red Cross. They'll be doing a comprehensive talk on this for volunteer and member management. Then Uganda, we worked with another partner called ERP Champions, Moses, they should be here. Then Burundi compliance, we did that on our own. I think it was the first compliance we built. If I'm not wrong, it was built by a gentleman called Mani. We seated somewhere here. Then we have Nigeria compliance. We'll release it probably in a week or so. We are building with a company called Digitax. Digitax again, so what is happening here is Digitax, Slade or Savannah Informatics, they get approved by the revenue authorities in all these countries. So for us who are building the integrations for ERPNext, it becomes super easy. Because the major challenge, especially on the integrations such as this, is I'll say managing the bureaucracy. It's very painful. For example, Kenya compliance, we took almost 8 months trying to get approved, never worked. So we realized the better model is just to work with other parties that are already approved. So Nigeria, Zambia, like you see, for example, Zambia, there is 2 compliance applications. You might ask why, but you see now, the crystallized guys and Digitax, these are different vendors, and they go looking for their own customers. So whoever wants to use ERPNext, then they'll just get a compliance application. So that's how you end up with the same, more or less, application. Maybe we'll figure out how to match them along the way. So probably in the near future, some of the communications we have gotten on how to build this is Malawi compliance and Zimbabwe compliance. I don't know if the guys who contacted us are here. But normally how it works is someone just chats us or sends us an email. And then they're like, I saw you built this, can we do it? I'm like, yes, just share documentation, maybe you can cover the cost. And then we just do it, for example. For the Kenya compliance, we have planned to build one with Digitax, with Aquatech. I hope we'll start that in the next month or so. Again, you'll see now we'll end up with 2 compliance applications. I don't know, maybe we need to rethink how we approach this so that we don't end up with duplicate applications. I don't have a solution for that at the moment. Because eventually they'll sell to their customers. These will sell to their customers. But our goal is really ERPNext adoption eventually. So part of this compliance is this what we call Frappe working groups. So what we are doing on the compliance applications is part of there's a larger group called Frappe Working Group on Compliance, which is made up of Ume from Frappe, Smith Vora from Reliance, and I. So Smith, they built the first compliance application, I think, on ERPNext, I'm not sure. So much of the learnings or the lessons we got when we were building Kenya compliance came from what India compliance has, for example. In fact, if you look at the code and how we structured it, it's basically India compliance. That's how we learned. The reason I'm mentioning this is like, when you see what you have built, it might appear like we started building, but we kind of borrow a lot from other people. So even if you want to build for your country, assuming you're not from Kenya, or even if you want to build for Kenya, what you do is just go check what has already been built because it's open source. You see how to structure it and so on and so on. Makes your life a bit easy. In terms of other, this is not collaborations, but if you go to ERPNext, for example, at the moment, the page you are taken to is what we call country landing pages, for example. If you visit Kenya, there's a country landing page with all the applications built for Kenya. If you go to Burundi, it's the same. If you go to Tanzania, it's the same. I think we should have one for Zambia soon, and so on. So that if someone visits the landing page for their country, they should be able to see the localizations of compliance for their country, who are the customers who are using ERPNext in that region, and so on. That is it, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mushai, for that insightful speech. So coming up next, we have David Gitau. He's also a member of Navari team. He's going to speak on basically E-team's compliance and part of utility billing. So I'll give the stage to him so that he can have it and maybe give us a talk on it as well.
So, hi everyone. I'm David Gitau, a software engineer at Navari. Today I'll be discussing about my journey as a Frappe developer and mention some of the projects we've worked on, mostly on compliance, that is Kenya compliance E-teams. Okay, so today I'll be talking about my journey as a Frappe developer. So typically this is mostly, I would say, the normal journey for most of the developers. So the first day I was introduced, it was entirely new. So I don't know what Frappe is. I was actually out of campus, so I have some basics, but I haven't interacted with it. So the first few days is you get into some documentation, some videos. You get to learn about some things, what is a doc type, what is a workflow. You don't even know what ERPNext is, most of the business processes. So the first few months is that learning process. Then you start now getting into it, you start building solutions, right? So you have some ideas, some features that are required, and you go on the journey of implementing those. So after that, now you have your application is live, customers are using it. Now you actually come to see how it works on the daily business operations, right? So if, for instance, it's the teams, the customers now are using it, you start getting that feedback. So this is the important journey, I would say. So I'll start with the story. So as I've mentioned, I've worked on the teams. So there's one customer we have. One day I receive a call. They tell me one of the salesperson is arrested, right? I ask why. They say they are being accused of fraud. Reason being, a customer came, they bought some goods, they received a normal invoice with a QR code attached. But once they scan that QR code, the amounts that they get don't match what they paid, right? So they'll start to say, these people are kind of, but then it's not the issue, it was just a simple bug from our end, right? It didn't pick the correct tax code. And you have to kind of explain to them, no, wait, we'll fix it, we'll do a credit note, generate a correct invoice. And that helps you to learn a lot because you kind of have to know how to deal with those situations, not just the coding bits, but also how to manage customers and all that. So along the way, you'll experience so many challenges, so many bugs, and you just need to know how to deal with them, and that's part of the growth. So after now you have your solutions, you have challenges, that helps you to grow. You kind of now know how to approach things differently, right? How do you design your code better, right? How do you solve some these issues? Yeah, and eventually you come to realize that technology is growing daily. Whatever I found, for instance, the time I was joining, we were in Frappe, I think version 16 was being released. It was version 14 to 15. Right now we have version 16, right? So you have to learn, always know. I have to convert those applications ahead on version 14 or 15 to 16, right? There are some new technologies, some front-end framework, e.g. Vue.js, React.js, so you have to adapt with time. And that's the journey. Even 40, 30 years down the line, you'll still be learning new things if you're still implementing. So today I'll talk about some of the projects we've worked on, majority on Navari as a team, but I'll mention mostly I'll focus on Kenya compliance, that's the team, and touch a bit on utility and network billing. So Moshe had mentioned a bit about the teams bit. We have integrated via Slate 360. We had initially done a direct one. The application is also there. If you're able to, it's on our GitHub. I'll share a link after. So the way we've integrated this is we have now the ERPNext, whereby we've built the application there. Then we work with the third-party integrator called Slate 360, who shares the data with KRA. So that's the architecture around it. Most of the features we'll see are based mostly on the transactions. That's sales invoices, purchases. We also share some items with the KRA. You have to classify them. Somehow we'll see some customer information, etc. And also the solution will come with some advanced dashboards and reports to assist you. So I'll do a quick demo. I don't know if we can see it well. So I'll show a demo on. So this is the application. I don't know if you can be able to see it correctly. Yes. So the main things that we deal with, as I said, we have some masters, mostly items, customers, and invoices and purchases. This is the information that you will have to share with the KRA. And then we have some setups. This is mostly when you're doing the first installation. You have to configure something so that it's correctly set up. There are some codes that you fetch from eTeams as well, but mostly those will use on the items. So there's that setups here, settings. You can have so many setups on your application, on your site, if I say on an instance, based on the companies you have, etc. Most of these details, for instance, these ones, there are some authentication details that you'll get from Slate once they onboard you. Other than that, we'll start with the first process that I said you'll register the item. KRA requires you to do some classification. There are some codes here you are supposed to match to that item. And then once you do, you are able to submit to eTeams. And that now item you can use later on to do some invoicing. Yes, so that is it. Then after items, we go to customers. We also share the customer data. So if you have, for instance, a tax ID, though it's not mandatory, when you're sending invoices, you want the invoice to pick that customer tax ID. After we've done that, yeah, we're able to share to teams, and then we are set up to do our invoicing. I'll just demonstrate for now our sales invoice. So we can do a new sales invoice for this customer. The process, we make it as seamless as possible. You don't have to, unless when you're adding a new customer or an item, it doesn't interfere with your processes. So you'll create an invoice the normal way, pick your taxes, do all that, and on submit, it automatically shares with KRA teams, that is, and you get back a QR code that you can share with the customer. We'll see that. So after it's submitted, we get back some response, some info for, you can see here, with even a QR code that you can print and share with the customer. Yeah. So other than that, there are some insights you can get. This dashboard that helps you to track some progress, maybe when invoices are paid, DTC, such things, and reports. So it's a kind of, yeah, once you can get all those insights from those. Yes, so other than eTeams, we've worked on another solution, though most of these features are kind of work in progress. I'll mention a bit. So one of the, in fact, there are many areas I would say that are kind of not fully covered. Some of the basic concepts are already developed, but we don't have, let me say, an advanced for most of this. The one of it is the utility and rental billing, and it's a project that we saw this need, and we have been working on it. So I'll mention just a few things that we've worked on, and others. I don't have a demo right now, but I'll mention a few things we have worked on and others that are coming. So currently we've worked on the utility billing, that is from billings, things like if you want some meter readings for water, electricity, all that. Then we mix it with the rental billing, because that's where most of these utilities are required, these bills. So we've also done property management, it's there. And one of the main features that we have is you can be able to generate those bills automatically, and then at the end of the month, we can be able to consolidate all those bills into an invoice that you share with the customer. So you don't have kind of to give them some segregated this. Automatically, you're able to generate those. Some work in progress, we are working on a customer portal, whereby now we can be able to make even the customer experience a bit better. They can be able to log in, request for some services, for instance, see their billing, pay, all that. Later on, we also need, we'll also work on some integrations, if possible, some smart meters for utility billing, etc. Yeah. So thank you. If you can access our GitHub, so that's where most of our solutions are. All of them open source. Feel free to give us some stars and contribute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, David, for that insightful talk as well. So for those who are still coming in, welcome all. This is Frappeverse 2026 Africa here in Nairobi, KSG. We've just started on the talks, and we are not so much gone, so welcome, and let's get to catch up as much. So next in stage we have John Nganga, still a member at Navari Limited. He'll be talking about developer experience in Frappe. So let's give him a listen and get to hear what he's going to tell us. Let's welcome him on.
So, hello guys, my name is John. I'm a software developer from Navari Limited. I'm here to talk about my developer experience using Frappe and ERPNext and how it has really impacted my life. So initially, I was more of a technical developer, really focusing on coding part of it, more technicality, how I could optimize how fast functions were running, etc. But I rarely gave understanding about how business actually works, or how customer really approves a software that you have actually created. So the traditional developer mindset, this is actually how I was. I was more code focused, technical oriented, and not like giving more incentive on how like business operation actually worked. So now, when I actually met Frappe and ERPNext, sort of got a mind shift whereby I felt as if I was, my role in life was actually like navigating away from what I was wanting to do in life. I wanted to become like a developer, maybe create the hardest algorithms and all, but ERPNext has taught me like you should actually master the different business and business operations that are actually within the system, such as accounting, financial reporting, and stock procurement. Let's use a real life use case, such as the financial reports within ERPNext. We recently had a customer who wanted a customization in the financial statement reports, whereby currently the ERPNext report uses two types of filters for the reports. Uses the fiscal year filter and date range filter. Now the current customization that the customer required, they wanted a filter whereby they can filter via their accounting periods. Now this is something that is non-existent within the current ERPNext system. So it was really, I could say it was really overwhelming for me because first of all, the code base was nearly above 3,000 lines of code. So it was really overwhelming. It took me some time. I even consulted with my other developers and asked them how do I like start into this. And the first person who I went to was Brian Jogu. He's our lead consultant at Navari. He told me to first of all sit down, understand how the report actually works, and by that I had now to go back to business school a little, understand what actually is a profit and loss statement, what actually is a cash flow, what is a balance sheet. I'd like to go back business school a little bit and then understand what the dynamics of the engine that actually processes the report, so that I can actually now extend the current reports in ERPNext, so that I can actually customize and create the intended software that the customer actually required. So the solution that we came up with the help from Brian, who's our consultant, we created a doc type that's called a period definition. So it's non-existent in ERPNext, whereby you select the fiscal year, it fetches the start and the end of the fiscal year. Then we create a period name and we give a start and the end date. And then we have a place where we record the companies, say company X or something. Then after you save it, you can generate the accounting periods. So what this does, it will, in the background, it will actually create accounting periods for the created companies here that you have selected. And now, onto the new report, which we are extending from the standard ERPNext reports. We now added a filter whereby we can filter by the period, and now we select the period start and the period end. After we gave this to the customer, they actually approved of what they initially required, and this actually made me proud because I was, it helped me understand, let me say the business operations bit of it, because accounting for me is very, very hard. I hated business in high school, so I didn't know 7 years later it would like haunt me. So the key lesson learned after that is understand how to build. It's not all day as a developer, and I'm not against any developers, is understand what you're actually building, regardless of if it's a discipline that you have never worked with. Take time, understand if it's a business, understand accounting, understand stock, then collaboration. The same way Brian Jogu helped me is the same way that I'm going to, like, if a person comes to me, I'm going to help them the same way, and also grow beyond your comfort. This actually means you're not subjected to a certain discipline. If push comes to shove, you will you must, not you will, you must go beyond what you actually know so that you can actually be able to like deal with what's coming. I hope you understand. So this is how I got to transform from how do I code this, or maybe what business rule am I implementing. So it's more of, if a customer right now comes and asks me they need a customization of a sales invoice. So it's more of how am I going to implement this? If I write this code, maybe after I submit this sales invoice, the customization that I've done, how is it going to affect accounts? How is it going to affect stock? How is it going to affect maybe customer data such as outstanding balance? So this shift, as you can see, I've summarized here, is what Elevate is now. I can say that has elevated me because I'm still not a great engineer. I'm getting there, but it's what elevates a good developer to a great engineer, and I'm really thankful for the Navari team providing a very safe and working environment. And thank you, Brian, for helping me as a consultant. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. So much of appreciations over there. So let's always remember whoever helped us when maybe we were starting on something. So we've come to an end of the Navari team presentations, and now we'll go to the next speaker, whereby he'll be speaking about African localizations and contributions. And please, let's welcome Mitesh Choksi. Karibu Mitesh.
Asante. So for this presentation, it will be me starting very little, and then my team will take over. So I request Elius, Basil, and Aisha to be prepared. So I represent Aquatech. It's about 6 years back, we fell in love with Frappe and ERPNext. And we have been making that happen for other users since that time. And our first customer went live in February of 2019. And we couldn't have done that, and we did not do that without having the first app developed, which is a customer-specific functionality for Tanzania. Now, this terminology of customer-specific functionality, we picked it up from another ERP software called Epicor, and we understood how it actually helps a lot of countries in Europe and US. And it turned out that nobody had taken care of that for any ERP throughout Africa. That was sad. And we saw that opportunity, right? Because a problem is an opportunity in the way. And we went ahead and did that. It was obviously open source so that people could contribute, and it helped us immensely to move forward, immensely. We can't understand how we could have done that without the solution. So we'll do some demos, and then I'll pick up the boring stuff afterwards. Elius, please join in.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Elius Mgani. I am a lead developer from Aquatech Limited. Yeah, actually I need to explain my journey. I started as a Django developer back then in 2018 in one of the company. And after like 2 years, I joined Aquatech, which was on the late 2020 and 2021. From that time, I started learning Frappe, got challenges, understand things, finding things, self-learning, and everything. From that time, I got a lot of things. I earned a lot of knowledge. Until now, I am the leader of the technical team. Even now, there are few things that we are learning, even myself, from the team, also guiding the team to have a good path when doing the development, gathering like, the requirement and everything. Also on the part of philosophical work, most of time we have developers meeting whereby we ask each other like, okay, now we have this procedure, what do you think? What to change so as we can improve our development workflow? And that helps us a lot up to this moment. Actually, we are much faster in development because of having that tendency of asking ourselves or evaluating ourselves. So right now, let me back to the Tanzania compliance. We have two products, custom apps. One is VFD-TZ, and the other is VFD provider. VFD provider is to communicate with Tanzania Revenue Authority via the third part, the certified third part. Like TRI has allowed some of the company to communicate with them direct. So you as IT company, instead of communicating with the TRI, you have to pass through another middleman. So that is for that. VFD-TZ is allowing to communicate with the TRI direct without the third part. So we have both of them. So for now, let me focus on the VFD providers. And in the VFD providers, we have integrated with three major certified third part, which is Total Solution, Simplified VFD, and VFD Plus. But what is video physical device? You know, back then, Tanzania Tax Revenue Authority had implemented a way that you can have a device, buy a physical device, physical machine, then you communicate with the, you connect with the PC, then you print from that device. There was a lot of challenges, So in order to avoid those challenges, cost and everything, now you have introduced something which is a software-based solution which can allow businesses to generate, sign, submit, receipt, taxes automatically. That's where the visual physical device take place. Now, how many months or years or days or hours will you need for you to start signing, submitting, generating receipt? Actually, with the VFD provider, you don't need a lot of hours if you just get a username and password. So the setup requirement just, you need to set the, I don't know if you can see my cursor, something here. Sorry. Yes, here. On your item tax template, you should set there. Like this tax template will apply 18%, will be zero-rated, will be special relief, and will be exempted. After that, get username and password, you are done. So if you get username and password, you finish this setup, you can just start using or sending or signing and generating the invoice directly to TRA. And this is the setup whereby you paste your username and password, and you can try getting the token. Also, there is a VFD start date. You know, sometimes you can meet with the customer who has already generated the invoices with that machine for some years back. So when shifting to ERP, he or she may need to have those invoices into the system as a record. So you don't want to send them again. So you should start somewhere. That's why we have that VFD start date. Also, the enable preview, VFD preview, other clients want to view how it will look like after you successfully submit the invoice. So that checkbox is for that. Like, I want to view what is the numbers, what will be the actual amount, the actual tax. So that is for that. Okay, what are the changes going to be seen on the transaction? Best this is on the sales invoice. So when you install the app, you will start to see a section called the VFD details, which will have VFD status and all those information, if it is auto-generated, if it is not VFD invoices, because there are other invoices that are not to send to tax authority, and there is other invoices which are supposed to be sent. So, you will see this kind of information so as it will give you a good part to separate the invoices. So when you successfully send, you see the difference here. We don't have much information here, but you see the status is not sent, but successful send, it will have this status of VFD status of successfully. Okay, we have also reports whereby instead of going to one invoice and see which one was successful gone or which one did not, you have the report like this whereby you can filter by status, what time did it go and what time was it processed. And you know, sometime or other clients, they have that habit of generating the invoice, but they want to send it after some time. So we have the background job which will collect those invoices and send it to them, to the TRI. So after some time, you need to check that I generated invoices like 1,000 invoices before, how many has successfully gone? That's why we have this report. Also, it is important to have a QR code being seen on the print format, so as the customer who purchase something from the client will be able to validate if the invoice has successfully sent to TRI. Okay, I was supposed to receive questions here, but I will receive at the end. So we also have something called Zanzibar compliance, ZRI VFMS. This, we know there is Tanzania and we have Zanzibar. They have two different systems and some regulations and whatever. So in Zanzibar, you just need to you need just to communicate directly with the server, and you need just to know VFD, seaport, stamp duty. These are the categories that they have, and this VAT is just the normal sales, commercial sales. The customer comes to your business, purchase something, and goes. But this seaport is it's related to passengers who maybe travel outside the country and who also comes in the country. And this stamp duty is also one of the category like legal documents, signing, and maybe also transfer of ownership, transfer of properties. The difference with the Tanzania compliance here is not going by item tax template, because they just want the amount you are selling. Then they will calculate themselves. So that's why I say no tax template based configuration. Here also you have ZRI setting where you need the integration ID and you need their token. If you have that, done. Just 5 minutes you are starting using, you are starting signing the invoices. What is the changes you will see? You see such kind of section, ZRI, and it will be based on that tax status. If it was successful, you will see it. So let me show you just 2 minutes how you can successfully send the invoice to ZRI. This actually is a setup. You can keep the type or category of the tax, and then integration. These are the good part of this. These are endpoints. Actually, they are pre-fills. Maybe if later there will be changes, you can come and edit here. But when you create new, it will have those being filled automatically. Again, there is ZRI start date, as I explained on the Tanzania compliance. It is for same purpose. This is the one which has already been configured. And you can see the base URL and the tax type and the same endpoints. Now, here you are just creating an invoice normally as how you are creating every day, selecting customer, and you will submit normal. But after submitting, you will notice another button of sending tax will appear after you submit. Then click the button and everything is done. So let's wait when you submit. Here it means that if you tick that it is non-taxable, means that invoice will not be sent to ZRI. And there is a good purpose for that. So after it is submit, okay. Yes, then you will see the button, send to tax. There is a configuration that you can allow it to send automatically when you submit, but others, they don't want it to be automatic. They want it to be just, they can come and review it later, so that's why we keep the button. Also, after you submit, you see the status has changed to success, and we have a log which store everything. When you send the payload you're sending and the response that coming from the tax authority. It is good to have that because after 1 year when the authority comes to do the UAT, it starts saying like, okay, this invoice, it is not reaching to us. Okay, but why did you give this response? So you need to have that kind of record being stored. So after here, this is the end. Thank you for listening to me. If you have a question, okay. So I think no question. Let me welcome my colleague, Basil Simfuke. Welcome.
Okay, before Mazil sets the stage, I would like to make an announcement to all our line of speakers that will come after him, including him. So let's try to restrict our movement to this area so that the camera can, or the video recording can capture the whole screen. Thank you. Welcome, Wazir.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Basil Lucas Mfukwe. I'm a functional consultant. Let me just start to tell you my journey. My journey started when I joined Aquatech Limited as an entry-level position as a functional consultant. I started there, I didn't know about the ERPNext, and then I started learning there to understand the business process and also to understand the ERPNext workflow. And after that, I continued learning, and then, okay, no problem. Yes, I continued learning there, and now I serve as a functional consultant at Aquatech Limited. So again, I want to share about the Mauritius compliance that we have done as Aquatech Limited. So we have done Mauritius compliance in collaboration with Karim J Informatics. So this is how it works. That means when you submit the sales invoice, in sales invoice submission, so it automatically transmit the invoice to Mauritius Revenue Authority, and then it is returning back the invoice reference or QR code. Okay. But again, so what they set up and requirements required here, we have CSF MU settings where you can set all your credentials and all the API and password where you can set here, and all the token you can set here in CSF MU settings. But again, on the transmission changes, that means that when you submit the sales invoice, what's happened, the invoice are sent to MLA automatically, and when there is any changes, so when you are doing the credit note or debit note, so it will reference the original fiscalized invoices, and then there's no any changes. And after that, if you have a back processing, you can select more than 500 invoices in one request. But again, this is invoice status where you can see the status for MRA if it is success, and you can see here the code and the link here. But again, here we have MRA invoice log where you can come here and to see all the requests. This is a log for all the requests here at the end of the year when the audit comes. So you can see here all the invoices logs. If there is any rejection or an error, it's so that you can review here what was the reason or what was any issue here. So this is a GitHub repository. Yeah. So I will receive the question later on. So we have this country-specific functionality. I'm going to talk about the CSFTZ bank charges. This is a specific localization that we have done about the automation of bank charges process in Tanzanian business process. You know, in Tanzania, for every transaction, you need to record bank charges. So we have come with this solution so that to make sure all the accountant be able to record their bank charges. You know, here, when you record the bank charges for each transaction, that means you have massive transactions, so the accountant are skipping to record the transaction. They are, at the end of the month, they record one back entry so to cover everything. But this is these charges, we have come with this one so that to make sure all the transaction and individual transaction for bank charges, for each bank charges, are uploaded automatically. in the system, and then to make sure to don't skip any of the transaction, and to make sure to do a clear bank reconciliation. This was the old way when they were supposed to record transaction for each individual transaction bank charges one by one. So they lead to skip the individual entry and also later on to fail to do the bank reconciliation. So after we come with this CSFTZ bank charges, so you don't need to record each individual bank charges. So what you need to do, you need to have your bank statement and to list all your charges if you have your Excel sheet, and then you can upload it and submit it automatically, even if you have a bag of your transaction for each individual bank charges. Setup and requirement, what you need to have in the system, you need to have your bank account, and then you have to set your bank supplier. And then after that, you need to have an item as a bank charges that will be able to make sure you're successful get this CSFTZ bank charges. So I have video here. Okay. So I uploaded the video here to show all the process for this CCTV bank charges. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone. So my name is Aisha Ramadhani and I work at Aquatech Limited in Tanzania. So I have been working in Aquatech as an ERPNext consultant in 1 year. So at first I thought it was not going to be easy being an ERPNext consultant, but I can say it's worth it and it's the best decision I ever made. So I'll be talking about two specific stock reports, which are CFTZ stock movement report and stock reconciliation troubleshoot. So CSTZ stock movement is the movement which helps us see the movements of items within our warehouse in a specific period of time. This report was created after we faced some problems while doing audits, internal audits or external audits. So instead of going or roaming around the system, passing through different reports, purchase reports, sales reports, stock ranges, and stock balances, we created this report which will be showing us all the movement in one place. So as you can see here, this is the report before filtering. So as you can see, we are having filters, which is the company, from date, to date, item group, and warehouses. So when I set my filters to from date and to date, this is the way it is going to show me. So if you want to filter, maybe you want to see for a specific item, then you just add an item as a filter, and then it will be showing you how this movement, how this item has moved from the day we received it, or from the opening balances to the closed balances. As you can see, I filtered from the 1st January of 2026 to yesterday's date. As you can see here, there are different items, and then the first column is the date item and the stock UMs. And then here we have opening quantities. As you can see from the items list, some of the items are having opening quantities and some of them are not having opening quantities. As you can see, opening quantities is done in the stock reconciliation as the balances which we are open to start our businesses. Yeah? And for purchase quantities, it shows us how many quantities have been purchased in the system from the filter date range. And there are values as well. Also the sold quantities and the sold values, and how many quantities have been adjusted and its values, as well as for the reconciliations quantity. It shows the reconciliation quantities as well as the reconciliation values, as well as for, you can see we are having also consumed quantities and the values. This is the part where it shows us how many times or how many quantities we have used this item doing manufacturing. This is specifically for the items which are used as raw materials in manufacturing stock entry. Also, after the consuming, we're having produced the quantity, what we have manufactured. It shows here. So for the specific items, it will show you how many times you have, how many quantities you have produced in a specific date range, the date which you have filtered, as well as the values. And the received quantities also have received quantities. This is what we have received in this period of time. Also the values, as well as we have issued quantity, issued values, what we have issued in this period of time. And also the last part is closing quantity. It shows that after all the movements we have done in this period, what is our closing quantity? So it shows that how many quantities we have closed in this quantity. So this helps us in when we are doing maybe audits, internal or external audits. So if we want to consume time, we won't be roaming around the system, going to different reports, maybe purchase reports or stock ledgers, seeing the movements, or going to the invoices and checking the amount of, the transaction which has been done in that period of time. So we'll just come use the stock movement report, which will be helping us to see all the movements which have been done in this period of time. Yeah. So the other report is stock reconciliation troubleshoot report. So this is report which was built for the aim of showing us the items which have been reconciled multiple times within a specific period of time also. So we know we normally use stock reconciliation transaction to adjust our quantities to match our physical quantities and the system quantities. But what it happens, and why do we use stock reconciliation? We just don't use reconciliation for a short period of time, multiple reconciliation for a short period of time. When we see one item is being reconciled for a very short period of time, maybe it's more than one time, so it shows that maybe we are having discrepancies in our companies, or we are having some audit problems. So for us to see which item has been reconciled multiple times, we'll be using this stock reconciliation troubleshoot report. So as you can see, this is how it shows when we open the report. We have to fill the from date and to date to see the items. So after filtering the dates, I'll be seeing the posting date of these transactions as well as the posting time. stock reconciliation, this is the part we see how many reconciliation have been passed for these items. As you can see here, we have the first item, we have 2 reconciliation passed. Also we have the column which shows the quantity values which have been reconciled from the first reconciliation and the second reconciliation. The warehouse which has been reconciled. And the last part is the total amount difference from these reconciliations. Yeah, so this is what I had to show you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. So now I'll go into the boring part before we break for the tea. Let me quickly take you through what the philosophy is about CSFTZ, the country-specific functionality, and when we are going to be, as a community, bringing Frappe ERPNext utilization in Africa, it's one of the ideas that we can deliberate on and then see how we can move it further. One of the points I would like Muchai you to note is that VFD providers is like one app, multiple providers, something we can do accordingly. We have different controllers for all of them there. So in the country-specific functionality and aspect, I don't even know how to implement ERPNext in a country without having the functionality in place, because it becomes so much more difficult job to configure this for each and every customer. 100+ customers, you have to do the same thing again and again, doesn't make sense. And therefore, in the country that you have and you provide the services in, or you are implementing it for yourself, you need a country-specific functionality so that you can benefit out of it. So that's the concept. And there are many times people ask us, it's an international software, does it work for us? Because it is about the country that you are operating in. Does it work in Tanzania? Has it worked in Tanzania? At times we get asked this question. And do we have a better compliance? That is why Muchai exampled the multiple compliance that they have done. So it definitely enables fast onboarding, the standardization of support, and the time it takes to get you up and running is much faster. It also gives us an idea of using a pre-packaged solution. So that's something that we'll talk about. For the lack of a better word, they used attack, it's just in the news. So the areas that we need to work on is, I would say that any country requires specific fiscalization, specific taxation, specific the payment integrations. Maybe you will have payment integration across countries, but generally there are very specific integrations per company, like the Momo Pay in the Uganda and M-Pesa in Kenya and Celcom in Tanzania. Payroll compliance should be there. Chart of accounts should be specific to the country. The bank and bank statement formats we were discussing a bit earlier, that every bank has their own format. The formats are not standard. We need to have it pre-populated. We can't be doing this hard work again and again. So every country-specific functionality should have this ready in place. Print formats which are required, like the QR code you saw for Tanzania, requires to have a receipt verification number and the time on top and bottom of the QR code. So this kind of compliance should be there in each and every of the country's apps. Statutory reports are there. Some have specific excise duty management reports to be uploaded. Some have returns and stuff like that. So I'll go through each of them as an example. Fiscalization, we saw the examples, and we saw many others from Navari as well. Taxation example, we got VAT, we got reduced VAT and mobile payments in Tanzania. If you make a mobile payment, it's 16% VAT. So now a mode of payment determines whether you have a 16% VAT or an 18% VAT to improve the digital money. Withholding tax per line item is coming in, it's in version 16, but in version 15 it wasn't there. Withholding VAT is a very specific requirement, and excise duty, as I mentioned. Payment integrations, we saw how M-Pesa from Navari has helped Kenya, and we are doing similar thing in Tanzania with Celcom. The payroll example that I can talk about that we need to have pre-populated are the salary components, salary accounts itself, the structure assignments, because in our country, in Tanzania, you can have your pensions voluntary after an age of 60. So it should be somehow per employee configuration. And if it makes sense and makes it easy for a user to adapt the solution if it is talking their language, right? If it talks somebody else's language which is not understandable, then it becomes difficult for self-implementation as well. The payroll expenses are standard expenses, and different countries have their own account, like NITA is in Kenya, and WCF and SDL is in Tanzania. The importation has a different sets of importation accounts, and we should have our accounts, chart of accounts, pre-populated, so that we don't have to do this as part of configuration. The users don't have to go through that suffering either. And the asset categories is another unique aspect in any implementation in a country. Every country categorizes their assets, and their depreciation methods are predefined and are supposed to be followed. This has to be pre-populated, as well as the accumulated depreciation accounts. And the bank statements we talked about, there are just numerous examples. There is absolutely no bank statement format standardizations by the central banks, making it difficult for bank reconciliations to be done by each and every accountant. So these are the things that we need to have pre-populated, so that when the user gets on board, the banks are ready and the bank formats are there. And I'm sure with Mint, you'll be picking up from there and then importing it accordingly. The print formats are many of types. We see Navari has done for a lot of payroll-related print formats. There are many things in even Uganda that can be done. Statutory reports can be exported and somehow uploaded to your tax authority website. So these are other opportunities that we can go ahead and take it further. In CSFTZ for Tanzania, we have tried to pick it up as we go further, but now we realize it's about time for a review and do a more comprehensive edition of such reports into the system. Integrations, we had very, very good success in helping customers to automatically be alerted when their vehicle is fined, because a lot of transport companies that use our solution would have many hundreds of trucks. Now the drivers would not alert it because the fine has been raised on that name. And if you don't pay in 7 days' time, there is a certain percentage that you get charged. To avoid that, the business that wanted to get alerted timely. And so we had things like police fines, the insurance covers for alerting for expired of insurances. So in Tanzania, we have this government websites allowing us to pick up the data and then put it into the ERP and then start using the fantastic notification rules to get it to the users, or auto email reports used for data that has come through. So going 5 minutes already, I think the whole idea is to have how to improve the onboarding of users, and one of the things is having prepackaged with such aspects. That reduces the amount of effort you have to put in place. So thank you for taking time. We hope that the community will get together. Let's keep a set of apps which are always contributed to, rather than having multiple apps developed and creating a more technical debt as a whole. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We can give them another round of applause, maybe. Okay, so as you can all look at our watches, it's time for some little break. But before that, I'll welcome maybe 5 minutes of questions from any of the speakers that have set the stage since we started, so that we can answer them and then break for tea. So any questions from the team, please, we welcome them right now. From any of the speakers that have been here, it's not specific for Aquatech also.
Like the CSF is so cryptic, like I had no idea what it meant. Maybe your application is more of a sure. A lot of what you guys do, pretty generic. And then pull request is the core product.
once we have a solution, it's invisible, then we can pull it out of that and put it into the contributed back into the code. That's where I think a wider read requirement is necessary, or rather wider use is necessary. So we need to know whether it is generic or not, because we might think from our point of view it's only meant for Tanzania, because like a stock movement report is specific for auditors that come in and they harass consumers and ask them for such reports. So yeah, but yeah, it's again, everything is open source. If you are there, if you realize that you need it, we can actually keep competing to the core.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Feel free. You can ask any question from any of the speakers. You'll have the mic by your place, so. Okay, going once, going twice. It's safe to say we should break. So for this break, I'll just like to mention that we are having something like, it's already 11:10, so a 15 minutes break. Feel free to leave the room and ensure you keep time. Thank you. As we leave, I'd like to have maybe Abdiaziz, Sajad, Nikhil, and Kevin. Please proceed forward for a word kindly before you break. Others, you can leave now.
Tougher guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sajjad Mustafa. I work with a company called Coltech. We're still new in this industry, in this ecosystem. I've had little interaction with the system in early as 2020 when it was on version 14. But I majorly came and dwell into the system as early as 2014. So during those moments, we've been able to do several implementation with the colleagues. And during that period of implementation, interacted with a lot of myself. I have over 15 years experience in finance, accounting, and taxation. I've also dealt a lot in designing and integrating internal control systems within businesses. I've interacted with a lot of those. And one of the plus that I've really enjoyed using ERPNext is its a flexibility in terms of customizing your internal control systems. So we need to talk about integrating intelligent reports for organizations and top-level management. Yeah, we understand that the system has enough data. We are able to do the sales invoices, you're able to do your purchase invoices, you're able to do your inventory management, you're able to do your human resource management. But when you're in a position of top level management, what do you require to make your day-to-day reporting? So we had our own problem as a team at Coltech, and we asked ourselves, I am the owner of the business. I am at that level of C-suite. What do I need to make my day-to-day easy? Because maybe as I'm the head of finance, every morning I'll need to know how much do I have in my account, how much did I able to sell yesterday, how is my suppliers performing, how is the risk in relation to my purchases, my receivables, my payables. So we interacted with the Frappe Insight for quite some time, and we thought, why would it not be easy with just an installation for you to get all those things at a go? So we developed something on top of Frappe Insight to enable to solve that issue, because majority of those reports are historical. So what if also we give it a touch of predictability from that report? What if I'm able to use machine learning tools to understand how I can predict my cash flow, how I can predict and understand my customers? So the journey of understanding that, we identified the gap on ERPNext in capturing the data. We explored Frappe Insights, all its capabilities and the power that it is with it. And then on top of Frappe Insight, we developed the suite on top of it to be able to get all the reports standardized. We also added a layer of AI and machine learning on those reports to be able to understand. So the goal was very simple. The goal was to make the life of the top level management easy and quick for them to make their decisions. So what did we standardize? We took the data without insight, and we noted that the shortfall was that it lacked a consolidated view of a strategic decision. We also noted that for you to have such, you need to have a lot of technical dependency on the development team for them to build for you such a thing. So what did we do? We standardized the dashboards to have 11 standard intelligence report, which we'll be able to see in the coming slides. Yeah. So the solution that we brought on Call Insight was a pre-built report, a machine learning powered to do the predictive analytics, which we integrated close to 10 machine learning to do the analysis on your behalf. That is in terms of the profit to you to understand your seasonality, the time series to understand how your data outlook in the future. We also did the scenario analysis, that is Monte Carlo and other also. We'll share with you all those aspects. So the dashboard that we integrated within the system was to cover the financials, to cover the sales, to cover the customer analytics, manufacturing analytics, HR analytics, risk analytics in terms of all the angles in the business. And also we added a touch of tax intelligence within the system. The tax intelligence that we introduced on the system ideally is for Kenyan market. Using my experience in finance and having dealt with a lot of tax issues, I also, within the layer, integrated a tax computation within the system for the business owners to understand the output of to understand the projection of how much tax is expected based on the report within the system. So it will give you a projection of quarterly installment taxes. It will also give you a highlight of what withholding taxes are due within the system. The machine learning that we put on that system is profit for sales forecasting, exponential smoothing, ARIMA for demand forecasting, that is in terms of the purchasing. We also did some ABC XYZ analysis for those who are dealing with the inventory. This came about one of our client who's almost 40,000 in SKUs. He wanted to understand in terms of the dead stock level. What are the items within my inventory that are dead stock? What are the items that are missing within one warehouse and needs to be transferred to the other warehouses? So we all integrated that. We also integrated AI agents within the system. The purpose of this AI is not to do the computation, but to assist you in reasoning and understanding the report. So within the layers, we put some agent where you can question and say, like, I'm seeing my cash flow is going this. What do you think? What's your thought? We added it as a layer of your reasoning, not as a layer of working. So with that, we did use OpenRouter. OpenRouter, you can have an API key and integrate it, how to integrate it. And we also added a local AI for those who wants their data to be private, those who wants to have their AI installed within their machine. They don't want their data outside. So we've also integrated for you an opportunity to connect with Olama and other aspects within the local machine. So these are the list of those intelligent dashboard that we've added on the feature. That is the CEO's dashboard, the financial intelligence, budget variances, strategic finance. There's a difference. Mostly people focus on historical, the day-to-day finance report. But we also took a step to do the strategic finance, which is more of a futuristic. You're trying to understand your future in terms of capital plannings, in terms of your working capital computation. So within a click, you'll be able to see your DCI, your DCO, and make decision in terms of how much working capital you require within your business. What was the outcome? I believe that with this, it will help business owners to have a quick decision making. You'll be able to plan your financial cash flow within the system easily. And it will save a lot of time because there's not much customization that will be needed to put on your system. So what we did learn from that process, we learned that when designing report, you need to start with the executive at the top because they are the decision makers. If you understand what they require, then the essence of having an ERP system become more flexible for them, becomes more interesting for them, because if they're able to wake up tomorrow morning at any single time and see how their business are performing, highlight what the risks are there within the system, then it becomes more interesting for them as well. Yeah? Standardization is liberalization, because profit and loss account is standard, balance sheet is standard, trial balance is standard. Why won't you standardize? Because every single person in the level of maybe finance director or CEO use a standardized metric to understand their business. So it will become more easier for them to standardize that. So I'll show you a video of what we did. I don't know if it's visible. So this is the picture of what we've done. We've done all those intelligence board. The risk, the task, the strategic finance, the manufacturing, the marketing, the HR intelligence, ESG, and the CEO's dashboard. We've used also the tabbed design to make it not more cluttered so that people can move within one dashboard with several tabs to understand them. For those who are using the CRM, it will be automatically integrated with all those reporting. This is for strategic finance, for you to understand the financial health score of your business. It also has a cash forecasting for the next 3 months based on your historical data. You can see all the scenarios, optimistic, base, and worst scenario. Ideally, most financial leaders mostly look at 13 weeks within a financial statement. So you're able to see within the weeks of 13 weeks to see how your finances are, based on the historical in terms of the account receivables and payable, on how you expect to collect all those payments. We've also added a capital planning for those who are doing capital planning. We've also done a working capital computation for DSO, DO, to understand your position in terms of cash flow analysis, cash conversion cycle. We also did the liquidity ratios to understand the ratios within the business in terms of performance. We've also did scenario analysis, that is sensitivity analysis and Monte Carlo, to understand worst case scenario and best case scenario within a business. We also did a comparative analysis for those who are wanting to compare month to month, quarter to quarter, year to year. And we also did a budget variance analysis for those who are utilizing budget within the system to understand the actual versus variance within the system. This is the tax intelligence, where it will also compute within the based on how your performance within the system. We've only done for Kenya. You see it gives you a projection of the quarterly projection for the tax that you're supposed to pay. So for your cash flow planning, it will be easier for you to see the projection. We also integrated a risk intelligence analytics where it will give the risk assessment based on the currency fluctuation, the payment delays in terms of the payments, the cash flow shortage, the inventory, and the data security breach and compliance as well. Yeah. The credit risk is more of analyzing the receivables to understand what risk you engage with the customers, the cash flow risk, the operational risk and the compliance risk in terms of the KRA, and the predictability as well. Yeah? This is the financial intelligence, which is more difficult to understand your historical performance in terms of the receivables, the payables, the ratio trends, budget analysis. I think we'll have to remove that in the future push that we'll do. Withholding which are due in terms of the VAT and the forex exposure for those who are dealing with the multi-currency. And also procurement intelligence, which will how much you've been spending in terms of purchases per month, your supplier performance, in terms of how they're performing, your purchase analytics, in terms of the pending purchase orders. We've also done a price intelligence to understand you purchase something at 100 shillings, it has changed to 200 shillings, so for your purpose of making decisions in terms of those risks related to pricing. We've also done a forecast planning where you can, based on your historical, you can forecast how much you intend to buy in the next 3 months. For the stock, we've done a turnover to understand how much you're turning over your stock. We've done an ABC XYZ to understand in terms of the health score of your stock. We've also done an aging inventory of the same. We've done warehouse analysis to understand the movement and also the procurement aspect of it. On the sales is direct to understand your revenue in terms of the weekly, monthly, and the daily. We've done cash, determining how much you collected, your representative, the sales representative analysis, the breakdown in terms of the item groups, the margin, how much you're making in terms of the margins, and the forecast if you're using seasonality, that is a profit model, to understand the seasonality of how your customers are selling your businesses. In terms of customer analytics, we've done a CLV, TIRE, customer life value, to understand how your customers are behaving in terms of how they're purchasing from you, how much in terms of cohort. And we've drilled down to understand also in terms of those who are lending out credit to the customers, how risky is the customer in terms if you want to give them credit for decision making. Yeah? So it will give you the drop down of how the customer is performing and their value in terms of if they are platinum, bronze, or gold, yeah, customers, yeah. So I'll go to the next now. This is I'm showing you how utilizing the AI in terms of reasoning, yeah. I've put it a case of thus understanding that scenario, yeah. It will show you the break-even point of your business. You can question. Now you can use the AI to question, understand why is this report. So I've put an agent chat at the end, so you can ask any question. Like you see, I've asked what's the story I'm getting on the two scenarios. On the two scenarios, that is Monte Carlo and sensitivity analysis, yeah. And the AI will reason it out and it will give you an understanding of what you've done. It will use the report that is within the system. It won't send your report to do the computation. It will just interpret these reports that are within that system. Let me just... it's good for them to see. So you see it has given us a response. It has given us a response on that specific scenario analysis. It will give you an explanation that these numbers, what are they doing exactly? Yeah? I'll go to the next. In terms of, I'll share with you, anyone can, I can share you how to integrate all those things. Understand my time is up. One of partners, Aquatech, I think he spoke muchly about localization. And one of the major localization he mentioned about was in terms of payroll. And we at Coltech, we've been working on something on payroll. If you can see on that logo, there's a Payroll Africa on version 16. What we've done at Coltech is that we've set it up for 11 countries, yeah? 11 countries, that is, with a click, you're able to do the payroll setup for the 11 countries with all the tables and all computation. It has all the reports, standards reports, in terms of the P9s, like for Kenya. The settings are within for each countries. There's cross-country reporting. If you go down, these are for each country with their pay table and computation. So there's cross-country reporting, and then below it you can also have each country's report with their specific templates of reporting. So we've open sourced it up right now, so anyone can have access to it. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say, like most of the intelligence reports that you, so the Africa payroll stuff, awesome. So I want to congratulate. You know, I haven't seen such kind of comprehensive payroll integration. So great stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On the intelligence side, so maybe this is more like a comment that most of those reports seem like standard P&L, APAR, cash flow statements. Like what was the was this made for some customer, or was this just your attempt to try and create some?
Okay. From my point of view, is like a lot of person in management level struggle going reports to prod. So we wanted them to have everything at one single point, and to also be able to integrate a level of predictability. The easy way to make them their life more easier. That was the intention. But it's also ability to enhance whatever they require within that. Rather than creating from a start, they can just have the insight report and then they have everything from one source. That was the problem we're trying to. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Please clap for Sajjan again. So we have a time limit for each speaker by the way. We have 20 minutes for each speaker. So next on stage, let's welcome Abdiaziz Ahmed Ali to speak about ERP for the informal economy, on designing Frappe applications for how Africa actually does business. Please clap for Abdiaziz.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? You've been doing good? Thank you. I thought you guys are also fasting. You know, some of us are fasting, yeah? Mashallah. So I welcome you again to Nairobi, for those who are out of Nairobi. Yeah, so today I'm not going to talk anything about technical. I think Mustafa just gave a very good technical presentation. I'm here just to share about my journey and our company. So first of all, my name is called Abdiaziz Ahmed Ali. I'm the CEO of Azir Group Limited. Some of the time I go to some of the clients when I go to ask for a job, and they like sit there and look at the walls like saying, where is the CEO, where is the director, just because I'm young. So, and actually within Frappe community, I believe like we have a very young generation, because you know a lot of the older people don't believe in systems. Even Mr. Mchai is smiling. He has never seen me, but we've been talking a lot over the phone. So anyway, we have a lot of, you know, the older generations who don't believe in systems or change. Some of them even are shocked when they see open source. They say, why is like this open source? Why is it free? Are you stealing our data or something? You know, but you tell them no. So how I get into ERPNext, there's this time that we are developing we wanted to give some online courses for free within the community using Moodle. And upon researching on some of the tools that we have, we came across Frappe School. Yeah, that's how we came to know about the Frappe ecosystem. And we realized that they have so many products that can really, really help people in terms of transforming either their education journeys or their business journeys. And so at that time we switched to Frappe School because of how user-friendly it is, and we were able to achieve our first project to provide courses. From there is when, of course, you have also came across ERPNext. So basically for me, for my past 6 years, I was a manager, or rather a CEO also at our family business. We deal with oil and gas. So we had several gas stations. And at that time, we were having challenges with our business because having several branches, we didn't have a centralized management system. And at that time is when I decided, you know, let me try to implement ERPNext. It was really new to me. I didn't have much experience in it. But I went all in all with, of course, some prayers here and there. So I did a lot of mistakes. Some of the times there was some technical mistakes. I didn't know what to do. I kept chatting with ChatGPT. He was my really close friend at that time. But funnily is that within 2 months' time, I was able to at least get the MVP, and whole of our gas stations were running on ERPNext, and it was one of the best systems that we ever used. And at that time, we had several managers within our company, and I was actually given the award of the best young manager within the country. So ERPNext changed my life, and that's when I said, okay, it feels good changing businesses. It feels, maybe there's a lot of satisfaction. And that's when I even stopped dating and all of that. I said, this is going to be my girlfriend. So yeah, so I focused full, and I really worry for my coming wife in future, because I don't know if she's gonna have, because a lot of my time is going to be in Frappe and how changing about lives in Frappe. So yeah, early ERP challenges was, I realized it's not about software every time, it's about also business. It's also about the people and their habit and their workflows and the processes. Because you see, yes, you can have a very good system, but trust me, changing people's habit is very hard, very, very hard. And you see, I believe that there are 3 stages of ERP implementation. The first part is the excitement part. The second part is the confusion part. And the third part is the acceptance part. You see? So everyone is excited when they get a new system. Oh, wow, we're getting a system. They do their research and everything. And then now when you start showing them many things, they start to get confused. Oh, wow. Because, you see, a lot of them don't know the ERP. A lot of smaller systems, they have used small POS systems. So when you're trying to upgrade them, like now they see a lot of reports, they don't know what to do with it. Okay? But it's us upon implementers to help these ERP, these small businesses, especially in Africa. Because, you see, informal economy forms about 60% of Africa. And the problem of African small businesses is not about being disorganized systems. I feel it's undocumented. You see, they don't document, because you'll find yourself, you want a statement or you want to know the inventory balance, it is in the owner's head. It's not anywhere. Like literally, if the owner sleeps, it's like the system has shut down. You understand? So it's crazy, it's really crazy, but it's upon us helping them, across this journey, giving them a very user-friendly system, giving them the key reports they want. We build these Frappe apps. We let the Frappe apps adapt to their needs, and yeah, so. Yeah, that's also about discovering about African businesses. You will find that most of the time, one person is the HR manager, is also the stock manager, is also doing everything. So you wonder, like, how are you going to handle all of this? But that's it. They don't have a lot of personnel to, to achieve maybe all of that processes. So we need to, some of the time, really simplify it, and so that they can be able to use it. So one of the real stories after that, since I had a lot of experience in oil and gas, is we also, one of the company get in touch with us. They actually run across East Africa. They're also in oil and gas. They run in Uganda, Congo, and Kenya. So they had a lot of gas stations. So, so actually they were using Excels. And they wanted to have, one system whereby they can manage different countries, different currencies also. And mind you, you will find one of the challenges we faced is in terms of training. You'll find some people in the Congo, they speak French. I don't know French. My team doesn't know French, and they want the ERP to have that French interface. So it was challenging, but yeah, that's when you come to know that in this entrepreneurship, nobody knows everything really. It's like we learn while on the journey. We all learn on the journey. We keep building, we keep improving ourselves. So yeah, and today, last month, we successfully were able to go live with their project, and actually we gave them version 16 also, and they, so it was a very big milestone for us for version 16, and some of you can tell, we have. We also I'm also Somali by a person, so I also speak Somali. And back in Somalia, you will find that they are very, very behind in terms of technology and ERP systems, and that's where we really, really want to put focus in terms of advancing them, helping their businesses, because business is all about visibility. How can you make financial decisions without visibility? So we really need to increase visibility within businesses. So we realized that one of the challenges in terms of digital transformation is actually education. A lot of people don't have the right expertise to maneuver in this digital world. So we decided to partner with one of the colleges in Somalia to able to be providing ERPNext training within their curriculum. And that's also a very great achievement for us, and in terms of advancing ERP within Africa. And actually our goal is to be able to partner with as many institutions as possible providing ERPNext training. And I thank you very much for coming here today. That's my short story, and I will love to see you again in the next Frappeverse event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdi. Please, you don't get to meet, do you have any questions?
Sorry.
You don't get to see young entrepreneurs each day, so thank you, Abdiaziz. Next on stage, let's have Nikhil Kothari talking about a new banking experience on ERPNext. Please clap for him as he comes.
Okay, let's see. On the drive. I uploaded it as a keynote file. Is the internet fast enough? Should I airdrop?
Just give us 2 minutes. Actually, there are some technical issues that we are facing. Just give us 2 minutes.
Okay, am I audible? Yeah, okay. Cool. So before I get started with banking, I would like to first show what's new in version 16. I think a lot of you are already aware. This was not in the original plan. I was told to do this. So, okay, version 16. We'll start the framework. Oh, sorry. I'm Nikhil Kothari. I used to be a part of the Commit company, and I recently joined Frappe. So we make apps like Raven and Mint, and now I am on ERPNext. So yeah, quick introduction. Anyway, we'll get started with framework. So this is something that has cost us in revenue, where we have now made framework 2x faster. So a lot of these performance improvements, by the way, have to be backported to version 15, but version 16 has, like, you'll notice it as soon as you go into list views and all, it is significantly faster. And next, we have redesigned the workspace. So we are moving into this structure where we have tiny apps, CRM, help desk. And so it sort of made sense that we redesign the workspace so that it's easier to find. In fact, if you go into a certain workspace, like if you go to accounts module, you'll see that the sidebar can now house links directly to list views, which is not possible. Refining this, so it doesn't look like this right now. It's improved a little bit, and you can change your icons and you can add new items as well. In new workspace. Next, this was already announced in the previous Frappeverse in Frappeverse India, where now you can add as many columns to your list views, and you'll have a scrollable list view. This was not possible. Child tables now also have scrollable tables, and then you can also pin columns. So you can add 20 columns. Some people want that, and you can pin columns to the left. So that's there in V16. Next, this was a common compliance requirement where we wanted to be to not be able to see the field value, right? So you wanted the data to be masked. This masking, data masking, you can just go into customize form and say mask. Just check the box, and it will be masked across list views, form views, and report views. So yeah. Finally, we have print formats for reports. So more print formats for partners to implement, and yeah, so you can write your entire print format in HTML and then just print. So again, this is a new feature in framework. Apart from in framework security fixes that have been made, the new query builder also supports field level permissions. So yeah, do check it out, do upgrade, and find bugs, please report them. We'll move on to ERPNext. So on ERPNext, there are certain accounting reports like the P&L and the balance sheet where you want different types of formats. You want to view the report, you want to view the same data, but you want to view it in different formats. So we call these report templates, and you can configure these via the UI. So by default, ERPNext ships with a few of these templates, and you can add your own. Next, if you had a group company and you had child companies in them, the trial balance was just per company. So to get a consolidated report, you had to do it manually. Now we have a special report called as the consolidated trial balance report, and it will automatically perform all currency computations, etc., to get you accurate financial accounting across all companies. So if you're using perpetual inventory, then your accounting is created as soon as the stock transaction gets created. But if you're not, which is not the default behavior, by the way, but if you making these accounting entries periodic, so weekly, monthly, however it is, that used to be a manual process. So now on the journal entry, you can create. There's an entry type called as periodic accounting entry. You can just go in there, and once you do that, you'll get a button that says Get Balance, and it will automatically pull up the values from the stock balance report and pop accounting entries. So that reduces errors. Apart from this, there are a lot of more improvements across the board, across stock, manufacturing, POS, and budgeting. All of these are available on the Frappe V16 release page on the website. We'll quickly cover Frappe HR. Earlier, expense claims, now this was very surprising to me. I thought expense claims supported multi-currency, but apparently not. So that's been added in V16. I think I'll use these for this trip. And then you have overtime management, where now we have something called as overtime slip. And directly from your payroll entry, just like you create salary slips, you can create overtime slips and manage overtime payment for your employees. And finally, leave adjustment has been made much easier, where now you can just reduce or increase leaves without juggling around the UI a lot. So again, across the board, we have holiday list enhancements. We have half day, you can have half days in your holidays. There's income tax breakup. Even in ERPNext, we have a new TDS, tax deducted at source. We have a separate section in all accounting vouchers. So yeah, across the board, lots of things in version 16. You can go to this URL and view all of the updates, and obviously we have release notes on GitHub. Okay. Soon to be added to V16 is banking. So last year I had introduced an app at Frappeverse India. I had introduced an app called Mint. Now Mint is going to be merged into ERPNext. So by default, when you install ERPNext, this is going to be the default banking module. So this is also React app inside ERPNext. So ERPNext did not get Vue.js, but it got React. So, but we have essentially changed the UI to match it to the Espresso design system. Apart from that, the features are the same. But I have added a few cool features, so I'll go through those. So just to cover like a broad overview, bank reconciliation or the banking module in ERPNext is very fragmented as of now. This app will do is it will just consolidate all of those banking functions into one place, right? So your bank clearance, bank rec, all of your reports, even dashboards, they'll all be in this single interface. And what you could do is normally you have unreconciled functions. You reconcile them with vouchers in your accounting system, which is ERPNext. This supports like fetching all the unreconciled transactions, and then you can have fuzzy searching. You can filter by type and amount, and then you can match them to vouchers. If you do not have a match, you can also create a direct payment entry or a bank entry or record a transfer. When you record transfers in this new banking module, it will automatically detect the transaction, like the mirror transaction on the other bank account, and reconcile both of them simultaneously. The older or the existing bank rec module also did not allow you to split your bank entry into multiple. Let's say if you have a 500 expense, you want to expense, you could do it. If you had invoice payments, you could just record it as a payment, but you couldn't match it to invoices. So all of those are covered here. You can also do it in bulk. So you can search for, let's say, what I do is that I order food a lot. So I search for Swiggy, and then I just select all of them. I just post it all to my expense account in one go. So the idea really is that for checks, etc., where you will have a matching transaction, you would use the match function. But for most accounting use, you could actually just wait for the bank feed to come in, and then from the bank feed just pay different vendors or take payments from customers. Finally, you can also automate all of this via rules. So you can set up rules saying if the description contains Frappe Cloud, then book it as a software expense, or book it as a payment to Frappe Technologies. So you could create rules, you could have priorities for rules. You can have rules which split the amount into multiple journal entries or multiple accounts in the same journal entry with formulas. So you could do like 20% of this amount goes into travel and 80% goes into, I don't know, something else, bank charges or something. So I've set up a lot of rules, and now like it takes, I don't know, 2 minutes to reconcile a month's worth of banking transactions. So yeah, once you have rules will run automatically, and they'll automatically classify all these transactions, and you just click on that button and you're done. Finally, if you look at the current banking module, the problem is that sometimes you make mistakes and there's no way to go back. Like there is a way to go back. You just go to the bank transaction list, find what you created, then cancel that or cancel the payment entry that you created. I mean, it's just a mess, right? So here you can just click on the undo button, and it will automatically know whether you reconciled while matching. So if you matched a transaction, it won't cancel the original voucher. It'll just cancel the bank transaction, or it'll just unreconcile the bank transaction. But if you created a new voucher, the undo will actually cancel the voucher as well. And finally, if you do it in bulk like I do, you're bound to make mistakes because it's that fast. And so what I realized was that I needed a Control Z, that I could just do Control Z and I could just view whatever I've done in this session. And then for each of these, I can actually cancel individually. I can cancel each one of these actions that I did in my reconciliation history. Now, the thing is, I had solved all of this, right? But my biggest pain point was still not solved, was just importing bank statements. Because like my bank would give me a statement and then I would have to clean up that Excel. Like that's a job that someone has to do. You have to clean up all the rows, you have to map the columns. You also had to surprisingly add a column for bank account wherein you selected the bank account, but you have to add it again. So anyway, so the new bank statement importer, right now we support CSVs and Excel files. All you have to do is just drop it in. Like that's the goal, right? So I'll show some examples of bank statements. Now this is a bank statement where it's fairly neat, but it's not really directly mapped. But all you have to do is just drop the bank statement in and it will automatically figure out where the header is. It will map the header columns to whatever it's supposed to be. It will figure out what the closing balance is, because the closing balance used in your bank rec, right? So it will store the closing balance as of that day. It will give you the transaction dates, the number of transactions. It will figure out if the amount format, what the amount format on that statement is. Do you have 2 columns for withdrawal or deposit? Do you have a single column for amount? Do you have 2 columns, one for amount, one for transaction type which says debit or credit? It will detect all of that automatically, and then it will also detect the date format. Once it's that, I'll show you another example. This is an HDFC bank statement where like the first 20 rows are useless. And so it just skips all of those. It automatically detects that the 21st row is the header, is the actual header. So you don't even have to delete it. I just download it and I just dump it over here. And then you look at the 22nd row. I don't know why they fill it with stars. Like why? So it also detects that the 22nd row is not a transaction. So it's fairly accurate. And this is the last one. So in this case, this is an ICICI bank statement where the transaction amount and there is a CR/DR column as well, which they give. So CR would be a credit and DR would be a debit. So you'll see that the detected amount format is transaction type column has CR/DR values. And it's automatically able to map this into debit and withdrawal. You'll also see that it found some conflicting transactions. So sometimes what happens is that you import the statement twice. Will find any conflicting transactions and warn you that you might be doing this incorrectly. So yeah, what we are going to add support for PDF and XML statements. We'll add support for custom fields and accounting dimensions on our payment and bank entry modules. And we'll have a unified interface for bank feed integration. So like Plaid or any other bank feed API integration that you have, we'll make it a common interface so that it's easier to program those. Like, so it's essentially you call an API, it gives you transactions, and then you map it to the bank transaction doc type, right? So we'll give a unified interface for that so that there's a sync button that you can click and it will just pull it up from the API. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, any questions?
Hi. I just wanted to say many congratulations on the banking. It's amazing. It's going to make our life very, very easy.
Yeah, thank you.
So it saves a lot of time, and also I think, yeah, moving away from the manual, if whatever the machine can do, it's brilliant. You'd mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that you've done, in the new version, improvements on the POS. I don't know if you can see what improvements on the POS.
I'm not sure myself because I wasn't a part of the team that did it. But I think a lot of those improvements were related to the interface because we were relying on a third-party application, and then that application I think became closed source. So we are expanding our POS, the native POS that comes in ERPNext. But I'm not exactly sure. You'll have to check the release notes. Yeah.
So on the POS, most of the improvements was the community has been relying a lot on POS Awesome, which was updating stock and GL automatically, in real time, every time you post an invoice. So one of the goals of the improvements was to have the standard POS do direct sales invoices. That is like the major one. Initially, you want to wait until when you close your POS. That's when you would update GL and stock. Okay. But that is one of the major improvements on the POS. The other improvements on the new POS is like now it accepts credit sales. Initially that was not there on the standard POS. There are many other improvements, but those are the two major ones I can think of. The first one is initially every time you did a post invoice, it would create something called a post invoice, which was designed for speed. But now you have two options. You can create post invoice if you need speed, and then when you close your till in the evening, that's when we update GL and stock. But now you have another option at the new post to say, now I don't want to use this post. I'm okay with the speed of standard sales invoice. Every time I post a sales invoice, we update stock and GL automatically.
It's a follow-up.
Yeah, I am James. Just one comment on the POS massive improvement, but there is one issue remaining. When you have a draft invoice, it doesn't register in the ledger if you have checked in the latest actually. Yeah, just say.
Thank you. Still have a question?
Hi, so my name is Kipngetich Ngeno from Titansoft, and thanks for the presentation. And something that I've noticed during the presentation, when it comes to bank integrations, it's something that we were working on. So thanks for being up to speed with that. Currently, we're trying to do integrations for NCBA, ABSA, Equity. I also seen in your presentation you even had images for Kenyan banks, so that's very good because you're ideally doing presentation to us, and most of us are aware of that. One of the challenges that I'm really glad you solved was for every bank, the columns, and let's say the columns for debit, credit, the amounts, are different. You'd have different headers for every bank, and the challenge was we had to do a specific format for every bank so that we know if it's coming from this bank, we are mapping it this way. If it's coming from this bank, we're mapping it this way, which is something that you have actually solved, so kudos on that. Question number one would be, how intelligent is it? Are you using some sort of AI? Because I'm actually amazed by how, because the formats for banks could be very, very different, because depending on which bank you have, the formats for the statements can be so varied in how it's done. Yeah. So that's the first question. And also in terms of now the integration interface that you had, I think it's something that is coming. Is it also going to have more or less of the same? So I'm thinking about the way you just have the Excel, where it intelligently gets the specific amounts and the formats to go into the bank reconciliation records. So for the API, how intelligent will this be? Will you give us, let's say, a certain format you need us to enter data in, or will we also have this intelligent way of acknowledging this is the amount, this is the headers, this all of this? Right. For, let's say, REST APIs, and a lot of banks in Kenya, if you've noticed, they're using SOAP. So so that's also something maybe to consider. We have gone a lot into REST. Maybe also SOAP could be something that we can think about. It should be robust enough to handle that. So that's the two questions. The first one is, yeah, how intelligent it is, and second, if it will be handled in the API interface as well.
So first, to answer your first question, it doesn't use any AI. There's no AI at all. It's just simple heuristics. Like, so surprisingly, bank statements are not that complicated. Like, they are not that different, right? I tested it with like 14 banks and credit cards. So what it does is that it looks for the header row, because you will have a header row, and the header row will have, like, I mean, the probability of a row being a header row, that's what we are tracking, right? So that's one. And then for transactions, if there is a valid date, then it's a transaction, a valid transaction. So we do some simple heuristics. At the same time, we know that we won't be able to cater to all bank statements out there, right? So in the back end, what you can do is that you can override the intelligence, right? And you can just map it. So you can have your own mapping layer for CSVs and Excels that, okay, at this index is my header row. And you can do it from the UI only, but I haven't built that yet. But that's the goal. That, I mean, it should work for 90% of the banks, and for the 10% of the banks, you can map it yourself, right? For your API integrations, there won't be any intelligence there, because if you're already putting in the effort to call the API, right, then you can also map the fields to the bank transaction fields. What we want is like a unified interface, because right now the sync buttons are all over the place. So if someone has to sync a Plaid account, they have to go to Plaid settings and do it. If someone has to sync like some regional bank's account, they embed the button somewhere else, right? So it needs to be a unified interface where I just click one button, sync, and via hooks, it figures out, okay, this is the synchronization engine that I need to call. So we'll give a unified interface, but there won't be any intelligence there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to the UI. Hopefully we'll be able to use that, and we can contribute to it as well in terms of being able to map for the APIs for different banks. So looking forward, and thanks for the talk.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, more question.
Yeah, sorry, it seems like your talk is quite exciting, so lots of questions. My name is Spusiso Koza. I'm from a company that helps web developers set up their own web hosting companies and cloud computing companies. So we get a lot of transactions going on, and I think this tech could be like our savior somehow, but I just need to understand a couple of things. In South Africa, sometimes you can set or you can tell your banks to send like monthly statements or weekly statements to a particular email address. So instead of doing it manually where you drag and drop the statement and then it allocates, is it possible to just tell the bank, send an email to this email address, and then the system picks up that statement and then completes that?
So again, I think that is possible, right? ERPNext or Frappe has an email inbox feature. The only problem is that it still needs to go into a queue. Because if your bank sends PDF statements, you would still need to manually review them, right? Because you cannot trust that OCR will be 100% accurate. So yeah, but we could send it to the queue, so you wouldn't have to manually drag and drop. But that seems like the least of the out of all the problems that we need to solve, right? That's like very minor. But yeah, but email inbox should help you do that. Like it will just sit in the queue, and then once you come on the banking module, it'll tell you, look, you have one statement received from your bank, and then you can click and then proceed with the next steps. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I just have two follow-up questions on that.
Yeah.
Now that you said that it's possible, right? The reason I ask is that if that could happen, the next question is it possible for it to auto-assign based on like the reference on the statement, maybe to a particular GL account?
Yeah, so that's the rules. So if you configure all the rules correctly, that will happen, yeah.
Okay, just one last one. So let's say that happens. So you get an email statement and then it auto-assigns. Is it possible for it to trigger maybe some sort of API link that could mark an invoice paid, for instance, somewhere?
Yeah, I am not sure if one should do that. Like one shouldn't create GL entries in your accounting system automatically. That's why even the rules, right, they just classify. They don't create those journal entries because, I don't know, somehow like accounting errors are very difficult to reconcile later, right? So I don't think I'm in favor of like automatically creating these purchase invoices or paying these purchase invoices. Like it can match against existing payments, but paying them doesn't seem very safe.
All right, but can it trigger like some sort of?
I mean, you can write a custom app that does that. I just do not endorse it.
Okay, thank you so much, Nikhil.
Clap for Nikhil, please. So time is really going, so without wasting too much time, let's welcome Kelvin Jenga from the Kenya Red Cross Society to talk about non-profit operations with Frappe. Please clap for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. So again, welcome to Kenya for all those traveling from other parts of the world. I want to share our journey, but before I do that, I would request that for a very brief moment that we all stand and pay tribute to a Kenya Red Cross volunteer, Mr. Samuel Wangila, who's part of an elite Red Cross action team, and he gave the ultimate sacrifice recently while performing an aqua rescue operation for a 16-year-old who had been washed downstream in Nairobi. So kindly, if you can just a minute. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's the stories of volunteers, heroes like Samuel Wangila that keep pushing us, keep allowing us to do what we do every day. May his soul rest in peace. Okay, so allow me to start as most of let me start with a phone call. I was in campus. I received this phone call. It was a phone call from the Kenya Red Cross headquarters saying, come help us with some digital, give you a... I did not know what to find. All I knew is that I was excited for this opportunity, and I knew that there will impact involved. What I found were hundreds of thousands of volunteers with no system to track them, Excel sheets being shared back and forth in emails, data being lost, every staff transitioning to another role, or every time a staff resigns, only for data being found somewhere in some physical document or some fragmented system. We had a lot of digital enthusiasm, but very little digital governance. So fast forward today, I'm here speaking on the behalf of Cross. Be here today. I hope I'm audible. Okay, thank you. So, for the longest, Kenya Red Cross has been very innovative. We have been very receptive to innovation, especially digital innovations. Our volunteers, our staff, our leadership. But innovation without governance is just expensive chaos. And that's where we found ourselves. We accumulated so many systems over the years, and all of these systems were doing different things. We had a system for volunteer management. We had a system for finance and HR. We had a system for beneficiaries. As at March last year, we had a total of 54 systems. All of these systems were not integrated. None was speaking to each other. Not a single one of them was speaking to each other. And very quickly, staff started falling back to the manual way of doing things. They were going back to their WhatsApp groups. They were going back to their manual registers. They are going back to the Excel sheets, because at least those ones worked. There was no hassle for having to remember your password for a certain system, having to download data from this system to take it to another system to analyze and then report it into another system. That hassle was not there. There is a lot of data duplicity. All of these systems, even though they do different things, they have some common standards. A lot of data duplicity. So with this, we seriously had to change this. The time it took to make simple decisions by tracking data across all these platforms is just time that we cannot afford to lose. And something interesting about Kenya Red Cross that I would want to share with you that is perhaps not the same with many organizations is that for us, time does not always translate to money. Time translates to life. For us, time means life. Every hour we delay deploying a volunteer means a family out there somewhere has delayed the support that they need to receive has been delayed longer. And perhaps that is the support that they need to survive. Every time a surge operation has been delayed or derailed is an operation that is just taking too much time that it ought to take. Decisions had to be made. We had to change how we were operating. And that we arrived at a decision where we had to take seriously, we had to really take seriously this matter of digital governance. And we had to identify a technology that would allow us to do our operations efficiently and effectively. In the conversations that we had a long list and we had a lot of debates, but we agreed on a finite list, and these were some of the key non-negotiable things that we decided to move forward with. Number one, we had to have a system that works for us, not for a donor, not for the vendor. Kenya Red Cross is a donor-driven organization. That means at times, in order for us to get support to support our communities, the support we get comes with caveats, where we have to utilize a certain system or to utilize a certain vendor. We are saying no more to that. We have to get systems that are sustainable for us in the long run. Past the project implementation, we need to have a system that is able to meet our financial needs. We have to have a system that our small tech team can deploy and maintain on our own. And then this is something that most people don't speak about, but other national societies, that have even less budget and less engineers. We want systems that they are able to adopt so that they do not have to suffer the same fate that we have. Last but not least, and most importantly, we want to avoid vendor lock-in. We want to avoid the situations where a call comes from a vendor and tells you, hey, look, you see that new feature that you have requested, it will cost 4 times as much as we quoted. Because they know that we have been using their system for 3 years, all our data is there, we know no other, they have us locked in. And we definitely don't have any other option than to go with that. So, never again. Our exploration journey led us to Frappe framework and ERPNext. We tried a couple of others, and our journey led us to Frappe framework and ERPNext. And that was the beginning of a very exciting journey. Number one, the reasons why we settled for the Frappe framework. It's open source, completely open source. There are no caveats. It integrates with almost anything. So most of our systems that we had were not integrated. But then here is a platform that allows us to do that with the active community that it has and the excellent documentation. And then what we also liked is that for most of our needs, with just a few buttons, it already meets 60 to 90% of our needs with little or no code at all. And then, of course, there is the issue of vendor lock-in. The code belongs to us. Whatever we have developed is completely our own. And then there is the community, the people in this room, and others perhaps who are watching elsewhere. It is genuinely an amazing community. We have been able to get a lot of support, and I'm speaking genuinely because from experience of an organization that has been implementing proprietary technology in isolation, this community here is something to be proud of. So we could not go it alone. We went with Navari Limited. Navari Limited is a certified Frappe partner, as you all know, and they have been exemplary in supporting our supporting to kickstart our journey. But then the goal was never to depend on one partner. The goal was to build internal capacity at the Red Cross so that we are able to handle these issues ourselves. The goal is ultimately to build a community that will help us develop something that is greater than us, something that is greater than just Kenya Red Cross Society. This is the first step, of course, to a much larger journey. Allow me to share with you our very first implementation that was developed by Navari. We are calling it 1RC Volunteer Management, Volunteer Membership and Management System. The 1RC part is a concept that we have where we envision a Red Cross, Red Crescent movement where a volunteer, a staff, a partner only has one access and they're able to get all the services that they have. So this is, VMMS will be a component of 1RC. This volunteer management system for a volunteer-based organization in Kenya that has been in existence since the 21st of December 1965. For all those years we've been dealing with volunteers. Volunteer management has been a menace for us. We have tried systems, we have tried Excels, we have tried CRMs, but all of them had some issues. Either it's a partner who felt they had us and then they started charging us exorbitantly for new features or even support, or just other systems that did not work as well as we expected. Frappe framework and ERPNext, and of course with Navari pulling the strings, was able to get us here. The current volunteer management system that we have, it has quite a number of features. The entire full life cycle coverage, from recruitment to registration, trainings and certification, membership management, deployment management, analytics and reporting. All of this we have gotten in one package. We do not need to go elsewhere to do anything that we are doing. So the surge deployment part is actually one of my favorites. So what used to happen was that in times of disasters, like you guys remember the March, April, May rainfalls in 2024, that was so devastating in Kenya. And perhaps I don't even need to go that far back. Currently, we're already having a crisis in Kenya. We are having floods and we are having drought, sometimes at the same time within the same counties. In order for us to efficiently address these issues and to support our communities, we usually need boots on the ground. But then you're not able to send a volunteer to do an aqua rescue if that volunteer does not have the adequate skills to do that. So this platform is helping us currently to keep a pool of professional volunteers. We are able to know, for instance, if the weather forecast, if the weatherman tells us that we should anticipate flooding in a certain area, we know flood comes with people being washed away, and then there are all these opportunistic diseases that come. So instead of waiting until that time, then we start start recruiting for people who know how to swim, people who know how first aid. We already have a pool of professional volunteers, and it's just a matter of deploying them, sending a deployment request via the system. If someone is available, they accept that request and they are able to go and respond. All of this has been made possible by Frappe framework, ERPNext, and the support of Navari. This is an example of a screenshot of how the platform looks. So this is the profile page. That person on the profile is. Yeah, so as you can see, we collect quite some biodata. There is health and disabilities, qualifications and skills, and quite a number of other things. This is how it looks. But then, I'm not here to just show you the technology that we have created. I'm here to also perhaps request or ask all of you. The humanitarian world and the Red Cross in general, we have had and we have seen quite a lot, and the technology needs. We need someone or people who understand technology. We need people who understand that good systems do not need to be locked behind expensive subscriptions that small non-profit organizations are not able to access. And here is an opportunity for most of us to actually participate and support. All we need from you is one feature proposal. We need you to propose one feature. We need you to make reviews for what we have created. We need just one idea. And that is all from you to make a difference. We have already created the volunteer management system. It's on GitHub. It's free. Go, take it, use it. See what is broken. Tell us what we missed. Help us improve it. If you are a Red Cross, Red Crescent National Society, I know we have the International Committee of the Red Cross here, and you have an organization that manages volunteers. Here is what we have created. You can come talk to us, or better yet, you can go it and you can utilize it. If you are a developer, and I know we have so many here, if you want to make commits that matter, then talk to us. If you are an implementing partner, and I know we have very many of those here and others who are watching, talk to us. You can connect with us via this QR code, or you can send us an email via digital@redcross.or.ke. And all the systems that we build will be released as free and open source. Before I leave, I would want to perhaps announce something that for a long time, Kenya Red Cross has been a recipient and a client. We have been a client of technologies that have been created elsewhere for needs that have been defined elsewhere. But we want to change that. I am very happy to announce the entry of Kenya Red Cross into the Frappe community. And we are not just entering the community as a client. We are a client to most of the partners that are here, but we are also joining the community as a service provider. A service provider to the Red Cross Red Crescent movement, to the Red Cross Red Crescent national societies that are out there, a service provider to the humanitarian non-profit organizations that are out there, and of course to this. That phone call that I received completely changed things. I had been asked to come and support with digital innovation to help manage volunteers and to help engage young people. I'm happy to report that we have built the system to manage the volunteers. We have developed the system to deploy them. Now help us build the community to sustain those innovations. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes.
Yes. Thank you for this awesome presentation. That was really nice, and I hope you all enjoyed. Yeah, I have many questions, but you have answered most of them already. So one question is, there are areas where there is no internet, okay? So for us, let me introduce myself first. Then my name is Abir. I work for a company called BJX Limited, and we operate in South Sudan. And we have been working on this non-profit software development for last 6 years. And we are part of Frappe community for last 1.5 years. And we know we know the challenges that the non-profit organizations they are facing. So one of them is running the system in offline. So most of our clients, they ask that we have field locations where there is no internet connection. So can you develop something for us which can work offline and will save the data while we are in offline, and then it will sync the data while we go online or we get connected to the Wi-Fi. So do you have any plan to implement that? And also if you can reiterate on your on the plan of your scaling, like it is only for volunteer management. So what's your plan next? Like if you want to develop the system for the organization, like to manage everything, starting from the requisition of the fund up to the implementation. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love questions because they give you the opportunity to say so much that you did not have time to say. So the Navari team has been gracious enough to include a progressive web application, the exact version for that implementation. And as I understand, it has some offline capabilities. So there are some features that are actually available offline. Over and beyond that, we are currently developing USSD solutions that will complement whatever we've created. If you're on your phone, you can try *384 *84 hash. I'm not so sure whether it's currently working, but it's something that we are actually working on to address the offline volunteers and members that we actually serve. On what is next, we actually have a suite. Remember, we had 54 systems that we had to, that were, the journey that we are on right now is a journey to bring all of this together. We have internally, we have already trained a workforce of volunteers and staff, and on our own, with the support of Navari team here and there, we are already developing some of these solutions. Things like donations portals, things like beneficiary management systems, things like internal tools for us like community-based surveillance systems. So all of these are actually on Frappe, and they are actually interconnected. Ultimately, perhaps to completely move and perhaps even start using ERPNext as our full ERP. But we have a lot of data dating back many years for other ERP, and perhaps will slowly transition. Right now, we are focusing on collapsing the 60. Right now, it's actually somewhere around 45 systems into one RC. Thank you very much.
Yes, Kevin. Congratulations on a good job, well done. I wanted to ask more about use cases, and you've been kind enough to mention that. Where I want to ask is, have you thought about for where we cannot move away from other systems, and maybe also to the Navari team, now that you work with national societies and other Red Cross, what would be the answer to integration with pre-existing systems, to donor systems, to different, probably, countries who are using other systems?
Okay, thank you. So perhaps I can take all the questions and then address them in one breath.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Enoch. I don't necessarily have a question, but rather it's a statement or maybe a comment. I am the founder of a small company called PWK, and what you're doing is we are making customizations around the Mali healthcare repository from I think the Mali group, to provide telehealth solutions to hospitals within the country, where we give them features to our video consultations between the different facilities they have. And I was wondering whether you guys with the Red Cross Society, because of the works you are in, whether wanted to ask whether we can have some sort of, we can bring some of the expertise we have to what you guys are doing, provide virtual consultations and video consultations. I'm not really sure whether that's something you've thought of, especially for remote areas within the country. But that is something we are working on, and I wanted you guys to, if that's something you'd want to maybe try out to work with, we can have a conversation around it with you people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So when it comes to integration, there is no avoiding integration. And especially even for us, I have already made a bold speech here about how we are going to say no for this system and that system. But the reality on the ground is that some systems that we have are not going away anytime soon. So we have to slowly transition out of those systems. So what we are currently doing is we are identifying that whatever is important and whatever needs to be integrated with whatever we are creating, we are ensuring that it's being integrated. For most non-profit organizations that we deal with a lot of data collection, there are these ODK-based tools like Kobo Collect. That is a tool that the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement primarily uses. So we are not getting away from that anytime soon. What we have done is that we've been able to build an integration between Frappe framework and Kobo Collect. So data is collected on Kobo and it automatically pushes that data to Frappe framework. That actually sounds cooler than I have just said it. But then this is a reality that we have. Even currently, whatever Navari has helped us create, we have, when we engage volunteers, from time to time we indemnify them. A little token of perhaps the fare that they used to get to the area that they need to perform their duties, or this and that. So we have to pay them. So the payment, our payment platform currently is a different ERP solution that we've been using for many years. So because our finance processes cannot just move in a day, there is integration that needs to be done. So that is also something that we're still considering. Yes.
In this business that we're in,
Mm-hmm.
are you ensuring data privacy and with all these data laws, also working with Moshai, Christine, how could you speak a little bit about how you are able to ensure there's privacy about beneficiary details, this information?
Okay, thank you very much. So we have this animal within our organization called Systems Audit that keeps breathing down our necks anytime they hear that we are creating a new system. And this is the team that actually helps us, shape anything that we are creating. And we have very solid data protection policies within Kenya Red Cross. We are dealing with volunteers. We have health systems. We are dealing with refugees, and we are dealing in places with refugees, with partners like UNHCR. And we cannot just afford to downplay data protection. So we have a lot of, we do a lot of consultancy with these. Like we have very close connection with the Office of the Data Protection. We get guidance from UNHCR in the event that we are developing a system with them. So this is how we actually ensure that nothing has been overlooked. And before before we start creating a system or before it goes live, we ensure that we do what we call a data protection impact assessment. Thank you very much. Last, to address the remark from behind there, I am happy to see that my call for you to join us is already starting. Yes, we are very willing to have conversations. Yes, we are very open to virtual consultations. Please reach out. Thank you very much. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. We can clap for him once again, but not the normal way. Let's, for the new people in Kenya, let me introduce you to a form of clapping in Kenya that we have. So when I say moja, 1, 2, 3, mbili, 1, 2, 3, tatu, 1, 2, 3. That's counting 1, 2, 3 in Kenya. So moja, mbili, tatu. So that was a rerun. It was an example. So let's do the actual with energy. Moja, mbili, tatu. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all speakers. It has been an amazing time to have all these speakers on the stage. So right now we want to break for lunch. Lunch will begin right now. Time you will use these stickers that you have on your shirts. Be your key ticket to the lunch. And lunch is at the Margaret Kobia building. We'll have people show you. You'll just go straight and then you'll see a building towards the left side. Another thing is after lunch, we also have some good talks. We have talks from the one and only Rushab and so many, many other talks. So be sure to remain, don't go after lunch. Not only talks, we also have dancers. Dancers will be coming here. You will see various African cultures being represented in form of a dance. We also have dinners. I know we are majorly Africans and food is part of us. So you can remain for dinner. Be patient. Another thing is, since you're heading for lunch and you'll have to network with people, I want to teach you some slang in Kenya where you will break the ice with the person you're going to meet. So in Kenya, we do greet people, mostly the Gen Z. There's this kind of form of greeting people that is called ngumi mbwegze. So you make a fist like this, and then you greet your neighbor. So I want you to do it practically so that when you go and network out there, you have something to break the ice. So form a fist like this, and then greet your neighbor, both on the right and the left. Two fists, actually two fists. So ngumi mbwegze like this. Yes, two fists. And then greet your neighbor. Yeah, at least now you have an icebreaker with your neighbor, whoever sit with lunch. Make sure you ngumi mbwegze him or her. Thank you so much. You can now head for lunch.
Hello everyone. May I have your attention on? I think we are almost beginning our afternoon session, so let's take our place in the seats and we can start. Meanwhile, someone can confirm on whatever we've just had, if it was up to quality. If you feel like your ticket is worth it, in terms of what you've just had. Was the food?
Thanks for the warm welcome. I'm very excited to be here in Nairobi for my second time, and love the weather here. It's so calm and peaceful, coming from a very hot and busy Mumbai. And great venue, Kenya School of Government, nice green campus. So good food, good conference facility as well, and very happy to see so many of you show up here today. Great job by the Navari team to set it up and manage the entire show. So very happy to be here. I didn't know what I want to talk about, so I just thought I'll just put a general story. Because I keep telling everybody after every conference, please tell a story. Like, don't give me information. Like, don't tell me like 400 things that I have to remember. Like, just tell me a story, right, which I'm going to remember. And so I'll probably tell you a couple of stories, like what personally interests me right now. I mean, I've given so many talks now that I just don't want to repeat whatever I've said before. And after a point, you also run out of things to say, right? New things to say. So hopefully this will be slightly interesting. So I was going through my archives, and this is what I found. And I'd forgotten. So this is something I've never shared before. But this is in October 2002, when I was a graduate student in industrial engineering at the Pennsylvania State University. And I have a presentation which says open source ERP for small manufacturers, right? And I had completely forgotten about this, right? I've written the origin story of Frappe, and people tell me like, what is the origin story? And like, you know, there are some origin stories, but this one is pretty cool. So I was doing a master's, and as a part of my research funding, I was supposed to implement ERPs to small companies in Pennsylvania. Think about it, right? And for an ERP, like, I had to find an open source solution, because obviously these are small manufacturers who are not going to use any proprietary ERP. And in the US at that time, the most popular accounting package was something called Peachtree. It is QuickBooks now, but this is 2002, so this is 24 years ago. Peachtree was the most common accounting package that was used in the manufacturing industry. And so there was a solution called Team. It was called the Total Enterprise Application Manager. It was created by some people at Georgia Tech University in the US. It was a downloadable tool. It's an exe file that you can download and just run. And I searched for Team today, and there is absolutely no trace of it on the internet. You can Google it, Google this up. There is just one screenshot on the internet, hosted by some Russian site. And it's because maybe there is some character recognition that Google even gives you one search result. If you do Total Enterprise Application Manager, you just get one search result and nothing else. So this is probably my first, and I found a screenshot in my archives. This is what it looked like, and and this is a bill of materials, right? And if you see, this is the bill of operations and materials. This is where the bill of materials in ERPNext, the multi-level BOM, comes with both operations and items, right? Like most BOMs are just the item and all the child items, but then this integration of both, the two tables, right? You have an operations table and then you have a materials table, and then the linking is done through the sequence number. This is exactly, if people are familiar with ERPNext, this is exactly how we link materials to operations, right? You just put the operation ID. And think about it, like I had completely forgotten about this until yesterday night when I was hunting through my archives and tried to find something interesting to say here. And I was so happy that I remembered this. And I have the exe file, by the way, in my backups. I need a Windows laptop to run it, maybe, but yeah, so when I started, right, growing up, right, Bill Gates was the role model. I know Bill Gates is a very different role model today, but growing up, right, that was what every young software engineer wanted to do, right? The dream of world dominance, through all of that. And while that was very motivating for whatever reason, when I started Frappe in 2008, I thought I will also be very successful overnight. And it's been a very long time, and then that success took a long time coming, right? And then it's because there weren't too many problems to solve, right? Like when Bill Gates started, I read his memoir, Source Code. I don't know if people have read Bill Gates' memoir, Source Code. Yeah, if you have read, he tells about when he was in school, because he was one of the first programmers to ever learn programming. He got so many projects, right? He built an HR and payroll system. He built a traffic management system, right, for his city. And a lot of these projects were just coming to him because there weren't enough programmers around, right? And when I started programming, the only project that came my way was an ERP system, because I think a lot of the other softwares were already made, and they're still being made. So started with this ERP project in some way. And I don't think without this team, I would have probably not been in some kind of understanding of what an ERP is, and wouldn't have even done this project, right? This ERPNext wouldn't have existed if this this team project did not exist, and somebody did not open source it, and now completely forgotten about it as well, right? So the journey has okay, there's one more step. This is my first ERP, by the way. It's still there in my backups. It's called Excel-based ERP. And so it's a bunch of Excel files, which is your database. And then people who are with Excel, there is this Visual Basic, VBA, Visual Basic for applications, that you can actually build on top of Excel. So my first ERP was actually built on Excel. This was also, I had completely forgotten about it, so just discovered this. Yeah, and then, now you have, many years later, ERPNext version 16 with, I don't know how many complex features and how many layers of complexity embedded in this. And this journey has been a very interesting one. It's not been the Bill Gates journey. It's been a very different kind of a journey where I had not planned for this journey, and it somehow, the roads took me to where we are today. It wasn't a planned vision that, this is how one day we're going to have an event in Africa, in Nairobi, and 200 people are going to show up, and we're going to do open source, right? I had no clue about all of this, and this just happened. randomly because maybe something that to do with the team software, and then I bumped into Python, which was the other open source tool that I really fell in love with. And for me, it was very obvious that if I have to do something, it has to be open source. And that was the idea, but I didn't know how the dots will connect in future. So in this journey, there are a lot of interesting lessons that I've learned, obviously, about open source and why we are all here. But the most interesting lessons for me have also been about how to build a company. And this is the other part that I'm very interested about, is this idea of democratic workplaces. So this was an event we did last year in Mumbai. We called it a Democracy at Work conference. And so this is why I just want to spend like maybe 5-10 minutes talking about this, because I think it's very exciting to me, and I'm sure there are some lessons some of you may want to take, because all of you run companies, right? So when you're in a software company, right? I mean, especially we are all most of us are in the software industry, right? In some way or the other. And software industry does not have raw materials, right? It's not a capital intensive industry. It's not like you put machines and you have inventory and that's why the business runs. It's because you have a team and your team creates value, right? I mean, it is really a very different kind of a business, because it does not really depend on capital, right? Like I didn't have a lot of capital to start the business, and I'm sure a lot of you also did not have a lot of capital. You did not need a lot of capital. You had open source software, and then you had your own talent and intelligence and time that you were putting in. So this idea of democratic workplaces fits very well with this industry. I'm sure it fits well with other industries also. And the idea here is that like everybody is not like, when you hire people, they are not stupid. Like like you don't hire stupid people. They are as smart as you. And then you have to somehow give them the freedom to do whatever they think is right. So before that, there are two principles that, again, I've taken this from the democratic schooling movement, which is another experiment that my wife and I, we run a democratic school where the children do whatever they want to do. And there are no classes, there is no curriculum. And then we trust the children to be smart enough to know what they want to learn as well, not just what is prescribed by some state curriculum that, these are the things you have to learn. And there is a whole democratic education movement, which is, maybe there are 100 to 200 schools across the world, and they have conferences where they come and share ideas. So one of the founders of the democratic school movement has these two principles about democracy. One is that diversity is a good thing, right? So the idea that great ideas can come from anybody in the room, right? Like the person who has the mic or the person who started the company not necessarily has the best ideas. The best ideas can come from everywhere. And the opposite of diversity is control. So a lot of us, when we run companies or when we want to do work, like we want to control everything about the way the companies run, because we think we know better. Like we know better than the people who are actually doing the work about what is right, because somehow we have, because we took the risk to start the company, so somehow we have the most skin in the game for whatever reason. But one of the principles of democracy is that you first appreciate that being in an environment where there are a lot of ideas, and all of these ideas somehow add value, right? So that is one. The second thing is that the only way you settle something is by dialogue. And like voting is just one way to have a dialogue, right? But there are several ways. Like you can have consensus, you can sit across the table with somebody you disagree with, and then you come to an agreement, right? I mean, you can have any disagreement with everybody, and like if you resolve that by dialogue or not by authority, right? That is the whole point. Like you don't, if you are a senior or if you are the CEO of the company or if you are somebody who's a senior manager, you don't go and say, hey, I'm the manager here, you got to listen to what I have to say, right? That's not how you resolve differences. Like you always get into a dialogue. So these are the two principles of democratic workplaces also. I feel that, first appreciate good ideas from everywhere. That if you're a leader in a company, like not your ideas have to always win. And then, make sure that every time there is a disagreement, like try and convince the other person, like don't use your authority. And the way we implement it in Frappe is these other two principles. There are multiple, but these two are somehow the crux, is everybody picks their own work and everybody picks their own pay. And then you might wonder, like, what about company goals, and what about our shared goals and all of that, right? And and then implicit again in that kind of thinking is that somehow you are smarter than the people who are working. It's like so instead of telling people what to do, just ask them, like, what do you think you want to contribute in? Because people know their talents well, right? There is no way I can convince Nikhil to build a banking system if he did not want to build one, right? And if he wanted to build one, like, if he had to ask for my permission, I would have said, no, work on this, right? And then that would have killed everything, right? Or whatever, or, Ankita to say that, I'm going to host Frappeverse in Nairobi, and like, these are all ideas that came from people in the company, right? It's like every idea in Frappe mostly comes from somebody who feels, okay, this is what I like doing, this is what my skill is, and this I think will help the company as well. So allowing the team to not giving people instructions like do this, and just allowing them to think the way they want to work is somehow working for us, right? And the second one is the real contentious one, is allowing people to pick their own pay as well. And this works because we have full financial transparency in the company, that how much money we have in the bank and how much profits we're making, and pick your own pay doesn't mean free lunches. It doesn't mean that anybody can say, okay, I want all the money and I won't do any work. I mean, you obviously have to have justice in the system, that people who take a certain pay contribute contribute something in fairness of their pay. And that is a very long discussion, and there are no clear answers on what is right way to pay. But it is a shared understanding that if somebody is taking X and somebody is taking 2X, then somehow the person who takes 2X creates more value, right? In some ways, right? Either through their experience or through their skills or something. And one of the big outcomes of pick your own pay is like, somebody really asked me, like, was very motivated and asking, what happens? I said the big difference is, again, through the years, is the younger people in the company have way more power because of these things. Because in a traditional company, the senior managers and the owners have way more power, but the younger people, they just have to follow. But when you have pick your own pay, like, suddenly in Frappe, like, I published this graph of pay, the whole pay pyramid, and it gets flatter every year. So the people, so the average pay to the top pay in Frappe is 1:2. And in public companies, it's 1:200, right? So the CEO pay is literally 200 times the average pay. But in Frappe, the highest pay is just twice the highest pay is twice the average pay. So, and this really works in the favor of people who are younger and who have joined the company just in a short amount of time. Okay. We also have a constitution. Again, these are very radical ideas. I can just read you the first few words, like, which says that traditionally a company is owned by capital and the shareholders. Labor is secondary. But in a democratic company, the fundamental idea is the labor is primary and the capital is secondary. So the shareholders are not owners of the company, but they are suppliers of capital. If they don't like the returns, they can invest elsewhere. Like, we assume that the return, the investment is liquid and they can just take it away, but that's another problem. We believe that a company as a system is self-correcting based on the excess value it creates for stakeholders. So whatever company excess value it creates, right? I mean, the profits go to shareholders, the salaries go to the employees, the excess value goes to customers as well, right? Because they also get value, right? So somehow this excess value that you create as a company gets distributed, right? And it's a self-correcting system, right? If you're keeping too much for yourself and too less for your customers, like your competitors are going to charge less, and they will force you to lower your prices, right? Like how we are forced to reduce our prices on Frappe Cloud. And if you give too less to your employees, then they're just going to leave and join other companies. So it's a self-correcting system. Like whatever value the company creates is somehow, there is this distribution, and it's a dynamic self-correcting system. But the people with the most power are the customers, because they bring the capital, right, in the system, because they give the value. Employees and the shareholders bring labor. So in Frappe, like, we say that, so this is just kind of the conceptual thinking behind this democratic company. And just to close, we were having a chat yesterday, right? That there are these two instincts that we have as humans, as human societies, is the instinct to centralize things and the instinct to decentralize things. And the most common way of growing is this centralization, right? Centralization of power, powerful governments, militaries, right? All of that. And even companies, right? The way companies are run. And then what open source is, right? The reason a lot of us are able to make it today from everywhere is that decentralization also works, right? This is my journey, right? It's not the journey I started on, but the idea that decentralization also works. It's very counterintuitive, So yeah, that's just some thoughts I wanted to share. Thank you. If you have time for questions or. Yeah. Okay, that's a very different zone. Usually it's 3 years is what we commit, but 15 we may go to 4 years. That is because we delayed 16 by 1 more year. 4 years, yeah. Yeah.
It seems to me you're, I wouldn't say anti-capitalist, but like radical in the sense to decentralize, open source. You're kind of giving away all the power, but still have all the power. So I just wanted to get a sense, what drove you to be, I think, very different to what the traditional ERPs are, because it's a very different journey that takes probably a lot of insight and a lot of, there must be something that drives you to have thought in that way.
So I think there is this drive to create impact, right? There is this drive to, like, which everybody has, right? Like everybody who is either in the centralizing model or in the decentralizing model wants to create impact somehow. Like that's again an innate human need, maybe, right? At some level, or some level of the Maslow's hierarchy, you want to create impact, and that is definitely a driver. Like this whole ideas about decentralization were kind of discovered on the way because of maybe open source, right? Reading, understanding open source, just seeing the positivity that is around open source, like the understanding. Like we have friends who homeschool their children, and then they gave us this book about schooling. It's there's an author called John Holt. If you have heard, it's a very good book. It's called How Children Fail, and it basically talks about how our education system fails us, right? Because it's essentially a prison. Like the schooling that our kids go through is essentially prison schooling, right? And then they're forced to sit in one place for hours and just listen. And then understanding that also unlocked a lot of this, cleared a lot of what society projects you as truths, right? You have to go to school, you have to be educated, right? And you have to follow this model. And then when we started our own school, and we did, it's been 7 years since we are running our school, and it's been the best thing ever, right? I mean, my son, I had to show him YouTube videos to send him to school because he would cry and wouldn't go to school. Now I don't have that antagonistic relationship, right? Because the school is fun. You can go whenever you want. You can come whenever you want. Like you are running your own agency, right? So again, through people we met, and then we met a lot of other people who are also in this alternative way of thinking and alternative way of working. I don't think they call themselves anti-capitalists, but they definitely call themselves as alternatives. So yes, there is a whole movement out there. It's not a big movement. Maybe there are 2,000 people in India. I don't know how many people in Africa, but there is a small set of people at least out there who are questioning a lot of the norms. And yeah, it's just maybe pushed into it, right? I don't know. Maybe just pushed into it and discovering it, and just being here, it feels like more relevant to talk about decentralization than somehow it also works. Yeah.
Hi, I'm James Satya from Jaguar Petroleum. So my question will be, when you say the shareholders take the capital away, So if that happens, then would you grow a company just based on the income that you're getting, or how do you manage without the shares, maybe from the shareholders?
No, so we are I mean, if I were to turn back the clock, we would have been a non-profit, but now we are a for-profit and we have external investors. So the shareholders are there, but like the traditional understanding of a company is that that a company is property. And the shareholders are the owners of the company as a property, right? The people who work, the labor, the employees, they don't have any property rights over the work that is being done. I mean, they have mostly service, like they are service providers in some ways to the company. So the democratic company is this slightly different way of thinking where you're saying that the people who work somehow think of it as a monarchy versus a democratic at a society level, right? Like the monarchy, the king is somehow, so somehow this is an alternative thinking where even though there are shareholders and they have rights to returns on capital, like whatever money the company makes. And then we have, in our constitution, we have norms that, shareholders don't have rights until there is not a 15% margin. Like if the margin falls below a certain number, then shareholder rights kick in and then they can force the company to reduce costs. But the shareholders have very limited rights. Like they don't elect the CEO of the company. The CEO is elected by the people. And the idea is that the people are primary and then the shareholders are suppliers. They are the service providers, like not the employees. I don't know if this makes sense, but
it does.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Paulin Chouja. I'm from Cameroon, French-speaking Africa. So, Tanvi Rocha, it's the first time I'm meeting you, and I'm really impressed by your simplicity and the words you've just talked really make me to think, because I feel you've got inspired by Bill Gates, but we all know Bill Gates as a richest man and so on. At some point, maybe he had just turned the page and be looking at really Microsoft. There's a lot of money running behind there, yeah. And so I'm very impressed, and I want to really ask you, when you look at the usage of these tools, actually,
what is the question?
When you are looking at the usage, what people are doing with the Frappe framework, ERPNext, and so on, how do you feel? Is it what exactly you have been anticipating, or it's getting above what you've been thinking at the beginning? That's the first question. And the second question is around trying to see, I'm with my colleague, we came from Cameroon, and the idea, to be honest, is that for Africa, can we think also of the French-speaking Africa? There are a lot of opportunities as well where we can really on tap, and I will be really glad that one of these days, maybe in 1 year, 2 years, that's why not a Frappeverse be held in one of the Francophone countries? So all the localization around the Francophones area, personally, I will be really, really happy to, if it needs my support, it needs whatsoever, it needs contacts, we can bridge it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so the second answer is easy, right? The community, I mean, we did not push people to come here, right? I mean, people come here because they see value, they see some, they want to hear what other people are doing, they want to get inspired, they want to get ideas, right? That is why the event works, because people want to get ideas, they want to get inspired, they want to go back energized, right? And the moment there is some community, they will reach out. We are there online on Discuss Forum. There are a lot of online forums that, we are present. And it will be an organic thing. Somebody will probably start it. And you can make connections with the community here, and hopefully you go back with, be part of some WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups, where you keep in touch. And on the first one, I don't think the complexity of what Frappe is today is something I could have imagined when I started, right? Even though there was this, the whole story, like the capitalist story that is being told, right? That there is only one pyramid, that, the people who make the most money are are at the top of the pyramid, right? Somehow I bought into that, right? And then I also moved away from that, right? Or I'm moving away from it, or maybe I'm a hypocrite, I don't know. But the complexity of building the kind of software we are building is something which I don't even understand today. And so to say that I could have imagined this is impossible. Like, it is really, I believe that the people who worked in Frappe and in the community who are contributing, I think it is this, I think there is at least some amount of shared ownership here that makes this happen. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Great, thanks. We have an open discussion also in the end, so maybe we can have more chats, but we can move to the next.
Okay, thank you, Rusha, for that exciting presentation and the Q&A session. So we'll go into the next speaker, and I'd like to invite the Aquatech team once more into the stage so that they can share with us the insightful presentation as well. Welcome, Aquatech. Yeah, we can give her a round of applause as she comes.
Hello everyone, from Aquatech. This is industry-specific enhancement. I'm Agnes Gabusha, and I'm going to be talking about property management powered by cost centers. I am an assistant functional consultant at Aquatech Limited from Tanzania. So, we're going to be looking at cost centers. They are not the problem, and clear intent and poor structure are. Cost centers are not the problem, and clear intent and poor structure are. This is something I came up with because as I was implementing property management solutions for different companies in Tanzania, we faced the question of cost centers because if you look at our property management solution, cost center is a mandatory dependency in the module for property importations and management. So you'd find that property companies or real estate companies would question how the structure should be for cost centers. Do they get this reports by property as a whole or by units? And that's where I started questioning myself about this topic. So I realized we design first and then configure second. And this will actually allow us to come up with reports and analysis and financial insights that will then govern real estate managers to understand the profitabilities of their companies. So by design, when I'm talking design, I'm talking about the hierarchy structure for cost centers. Cost center is a tool. I'm sure ERP users know cost centers. So the hierarchy where you have the parent and child, and then the configure, we try to map our cost centers and the real world company for properties. So if they have like a whole portfolio of a building and then they have units inside that they sell, so we try to use that tree tool to map it accordingly and help us during ERP transactions. We use the cost centers that we have in our property management module to actually track the financials. So cost centers for property management will only answer one question: where is this money coming from? Where is it being earned? Or where is it being or spent? Okay, so we try to advise our clients to add accounting dimensions that are actively used in decision making. That way it's not overwhelming for them to actually structure this. But the implementation team, we will come in and take in that burden, because it is important for us that you see the importance of this tool in the long run, and it has worked. So starts with the mapping as usual. As you know, we first map our cost centers, because as we look at it, the cost centers becomes the virtual property in the system. So in your real life, you have a property like this, a building, and you have other units inside it. So in our module, we try to make those property, the buildings, the units, as cost centers as well. So this is how you answer the question: where is the money being earned when you're doing your invoicing and your journal entries and all other transactions in the ERPNext? Okay, if you see here, this is the hierarchical tree where. Okay, if you see here at the bottom, we have like Sunrise Condo. That's our, first of all, the company level, we have the property management company. Okay, and then we try to go deeper then. By portfolio, we have your properties. This could be, let's say, Sunrise Condo. And then from there, the property, that's the portfolio, then the properties in itself. So this is the parent-child hierarchy I'm talking about, using cost center tree. Okay, so property-based cost center at the property level, as you can see here, while using our property module, we try to configure every property with its own cost center. So every property that we will be configuring in the system will have its own cost center. Let it be a unit, whatever property we define. If it's a shop, if it's an office, if it's a store, it will have its own cost center, and we can link all transactions and monitor those growings via cost center. So we think of cost centers as location tags and try to answer where. The question to answer will be where, and we try to do this from the bottom level of things of property management. So this is our property module doc type. If you can see here, this is a portfolio of Greenview apartments. We have the connection dashboard there. You can see the identification section where we have our company, for what company it's for, and we'll definitely have a cost center, like I said, for every property that we have in this module. So after we've defined our tree, we then create the properties and link each property with the cost center. This is also for a unit. It would be the same. We'll have a cost center for it as well, and every transaction that we'll be doing for it, well, let's say the leases, the invoicing and billing will be tracked there for this unit specific. If we have any property meters that we have configured for this property, they will be linked to this cost center. So when you're running your reports, you're able to understand how much each unit profit and loss, income and expenses are being earned, as we'll see later in the different types of reports. So this is our lease. You'll definitely have your property there, and you'll have the lease items that you're leasing. So let's say unit rent, car parking, service charge. For all these lease items, you'll be able to track how much your income for rent is, how much your income for car parking is, whatever maintenance charges you're making, and see the profitability of each unit in the system via cost centers. And when you're doing your invoicing and your billing, let's say sales invoices, you're able to, so once we have linked every property, whatever transactions we create, let it be invoices or entries, journal entries, whatever automations we have, they will all be defaultly configured with the cost centers that we have configured for each unit. So once we have these daily transactions going on, we're able to run reports like dimension-wise balance reports, whereby we can see your asset position for each unit. As you can see, we have A1101 PMC, we have 201, and we can see the assets for 201. The asset position is strong. For cash and balance, we can also see the 202 is the source of fund liabilities, and if you're doing deferred revenue, you can also see that your liability position, if you're in debt, or if, but this is not debt, this is actually advance income. So reports like this that help managers make decisions, like once you can see reports like this for each unit, you can make decisions better if you need to make decisions like reinvest and things like that, get loans. If you run these reports, once you have reports like this, it's easy for you to come up with ideas and decision making for the managers, for the people, for the property managers, for the owners, the CEOs, and things like that. So we really appreciate this cost center tool that we have really tried to link it with our property management module to help us help real estate managers. So cost centers aren't just accounting, they protect deal value and speed. When you get your income highlights, if you're still in Excel and you need to run these numbers, it might take time, you might come up with lots of errors, but if you've done this from the beginning, you've done the setups, then when you need to make quick decisions, if you need investors to come and look at your portfolios and you need to process deals, you just pull these reports and you can actually account for the business and the property management as is. So this is why we prefer it, and this is why I got into it. Also, if we have the data in the system, we can create sample customized dashboards such as this, whereby we have our income and expense by unit, we have our cards for total income, monthly expenses, we have budget versus expenses overview. So dashboards like this are very insightful for managers in the property management business or real estate. And once we have this, it's easy for us to start speaking to start speaking numbers, because you're able to see the progress of your property management business. You're able to make decisions like adjust rent and allocate funds wisely, prepare investor report, get loans from banks. So what we are trying to do with the cost center and the property management enhancement is to actually grow real estate for the business of it to a place where managers are comfortable with ERP systems and they can actually count on it on the daily. So that was cost centers powered for property management. Thank you. I welcome my colleague Hector.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Maybe for the other speakers coming, let's try to observe time kindly so that we can finish on schedule. Welcome.
Okay. Hello everyone, so I am Ekta Lodhari. I'm a lead implementation consultant at Aquatech Limited, and I'm going to talk on garage management system, which is Service MS. So some of you must be thinking, why will a garage need a system? Like it's just car works and all. So garage will need a garage management system to effectively manage the job cards, so stop doing it manually and waste papers. Then to track their spare parts, what's the stock in, stock out for the spares used, and to generate bills effectively without any errors. So in our service MS, we have a service vehicle setup where you can define the vehicle plate number and link it to the customer, link the vehicle to the customer, and then even enter other details of the vehicle, any additional details you have, as you can see on the screen. Next setup we have is the service workshop. If it's you have a multi-company, you can select the company, you select your parts and workshop warehouse, so from where your stock which you'll be using in the workshop will come from and where it will be used. So example, you can have multiple workshops, engine repair workshop, paint workshop, like, yes, people who like cars are familiar to how the workshops work. There are different workshops where different activities take place. And the main setup we have, which is a one-time setup, but is very useful and can be modified when wanted, is the service template setup. Here you can define your service item. So example, we have engine repair, then link it to the price list, so what you'll be charging for this service. You can see the checkbox of is billable over there, so you can say whether you're charging for this service or you're not charging for this service. And then we have the important part of service template tasks. So this will be like a to-do list which a technician will be following during his servicing, so he doesn't forget a step and he can checklist it. And then you can even mention the items which we'll be using for this particular service. And there even you can, as you can see on the table of the service template parts, you can say whether it's billable or it's not billable. Okay. Coming to the transaction, we have the booking page from where we can do the booking. So on the booking, we can select our customer, the vehicle for that customer, and if it's a new customer or a new vehicle, we can create directly from the booking page. Yeah, and select also the booking date for that vehicle. And then we have the booking page. So here for the data, I just kept one workshop, but you can see multiple workshop and which one is occupied on which dates. It will be occupied on which dates. And once your booking is done, the service booking will automatically get created from the system, which will fetch all the information for the entered in the booking page. And from the booking page, we'll create the service job card. So service job card will fetch all information from the booking. The information, additional information like driver, you can enter. And on the same service job card, you can fill in the complaints. Like for example, in my service job card, I have maybe technician says, or the client came and reported that there is a burning smell and his car is slow. So you can record it over there. And then now the technician comes, he sees the vehicle, observes it, and now he says, okay, now he saw the engine was rusted and the tires were punctured, so that will fall under the faults. So that way you can keep a track of what has to be done and what was the faults in the vehicle. Next up, we have service task template. So here we'll use the setup which we created previously. So now the technician will say, okay, for this vehicle, we will need to do the engine repair and the wheel change. So on selection of that template, on the second last table over here, the tasks will automatically get populated in the below table, and even the parts which are to be used will automatically get populated in the table of the service job card. Once we submit this service job card, all you have to do is just fill it in. Rest work the system will do itself. So on the submission, the system will automatically create a stock entry and a sales invoice. So as you can see, it will appear in the connections of the service job card. The stock entry will look something like this. So based on the warehouse use set up in the workshop, it will indicate which item moved from which to which warehouse. So you can keep a track of your spare parts over here. And then a sales invoice will get created, which will show, based on what was billable, what was not billable, it will show you your total cost for that particular client. Next up, we have, so I kept few data, but if you have like a lot of clients with a lot of vehicles, we have a report which will show you your client and their billed amount. Yeah, so currently this solution is being used by a lot of commercial garages, not only commercial, including non-commercial garages. So example, if we'll have a transport company who have internal garage and they have the trucks to service, they can even be maintained over here. Yeah, so that's all about service job cards. For more information, you can use the QR code. Any questions? No questions? Okay, so then we will move on to our next team member, who is Innocent, for his presentation. Just one thing I forgot to mention. So this solution has been successful. So one reason why our aquatech solutions have been successful, because there is something we have been learning and adapting from Mr. Choksi and Mr. Kakeria. Mr. Choksi is surprised. Okay, that is our success during implementation is not measured by the product delivery or the project completion, but it's measured by how confident the end user will be, how confident, comfortable, and empowered the end user will be while using our solution. So our endpoint will be that the end user should be comfortable. Thank you all.
Hi, everybody. My name is Innocent Metumba. I'm a software developer at Aquatech, and today I would like to talk about lab analyze integration. I was presenting last year, but there is some advancement that we have done in lab integration. Okay, we may ask ourselves that why we are doing the integration with the lab machines is to streamline the workflow of the transferring the data from the machine back to the ERP system. And that is enables the lab members to escape the errors that may be happening while they are doing their processes. And in Tanzania, NHIF, National Health Insurance Fund, they have just come with a requirement that every healthcare facility, the hospital, should host their servers locally. So it helps us also to make more advancement on the integration of some of the equipments. Last year I was presenting these machines. We have already integrated them, and most of them were hematology equipments. Lately we have added some Mindray machines, BS 240 and Mindray BS 430. But interesting part, it was integrating these urine machines, Mission U120 and Mission U500, also URIT 50. This connection, it is different from other which we have already integrated them. These machines are using the serial mode of integration, the communication. So it will need you to connect the machine direct to the computer which lab member is using. So yeah, so we have being able to integrate this machine also. They can be okay. I was showing this demonstration, but my time is out. But let me go up to this stage here. Oh, sorry. But I think for the sake of the time, I'll end up here. But I can continue. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, we have making this one-time setup. We're using this lab analyzer settings. You can set the API key of the system of the user, which will fetch the information from the machine and import them to the ERP system. So it will use API key, the secret key. This will be generated from the user doc type. Most of the people will know this. And also the interesting part is this one, is this place of, sorry. in this child table here. All the machines that we want to integrate them, you have to register here, to register them here. For the demonstration, I was showing this mission U120. Yeah, you have to register the name of that machine, the type of that machine. It is a serial machine, and also you have to specify the port number that it will be using to make connection within the system. And also there is a button there upside. It will show it will sync all the machines that you have registered into that child table to connect them so they can be ready to receive the information from the machine itself. And also another button is called Start HL7 server. It will start all the machine so they can connect directly to the machine and then send the data into the system. And that is a result which it is fetching from the machine itself. Okay, thank you. I would like to welcome my friend Emmanuel. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. My name is Emmanuel Fidelis from Aquatech company as a software developer. And here, it is my first time to be at the Frappeverse here in Kenya. And also, it is my first time to be here at Kenya. So, I will hear by talking about clearing and forwarding module, which I've created within ERPNext. So, what is clearing and forwarding module, and what it tries to solve, or what is the solution about clearing and forwarding? So, clearing and forwarding, it streamlines end-to-end clearing operation within ERP. So this includes the custom stages, also the charges management and payment reconciliation in a single workflow. So what are the difficulties which have been appeared in traditional clearing and forwarding? So in traditional clearing and forwarding, the shipment data are always scattered in emails, in spreadsheets, and also in manual turnarounds work. So what our clearing and forwarding try to solve? So in our app, what it try to solve, first the module is centralized so that all the confirmation of the charges are well placed, and also the data is well visible, and you can manage also to control. So I can take you through the dashboard. I think it is well seen, so that as I will say that the clearing and forwarding, it has some of the stages from opening to closed. So this is the dashboard of it. Okay, so therefore the clearing and forwarding, it helps in the visibility of data. You can track also your payments and other charges in a single file. So here I have a short video of it. Yeah, it's like here I choose one of the yeah, it's like here I choose one of the clearing files. So this is the first step of clearing file. So here you can see the shipment details, the shipment details, and the cargoes. Also, you can see that there is a flow of clearing documents which are TRA, physical, shipping. So those are the stages of the clearing. Also, so here you can see it tracks all the payments and its charges. Also, here there is the clearing charges where all the payments you can track them, and also you can generate your invoice through there in the clearing charges. Thank you. So if you have any question, yeah.
Hi, this is Kipngetich from Titansoft. Quick question. When it comes to clearing and forwarding, it depends on the company. That is, from my experience, each company will have a different workflow, a different this and that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the solution that you have, how many companies have you tested this with? Is it like with a single company? Is it like you have quite a number of companies? It's more or less the same question I had asked the other speaker from Frappe. When it comes to the different types of companies, are you able to, I would say, will it be adoptable to a different company? Because there will be so many variables in terms of how things are done from this company to the next one. So I was just wondering how much testing you've done and how many companies are using the product so that we know, or is it based for only Tanzania? Can it work for Kenya? Can it work for other countries in Africa as well?
Yeah, according to this app of clearing and forwarding, right now it only works in a single company, which we have been implementing it, and are the ones who also are giving us some of the hints maybe to do this and do that. Also, it is based in Tanzania right now. Yeah, and also it is still in development. Yes.
Okay. Also, to add a point on that, we also have implemented the same in DRC, and we kind of made it to be you can change based on your country specifics, right? On the settings. Yeah. So you can check this on our GitHub, Navari.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question?
Okay. Just to add on what Kipngen was mentioned. So do you have like maybe a custom workflow that you do to track all those details that then come and map into some of the standard flows in the system?
Yeah, I have them, but because of I have the limited time, so I was not able to show the whole process from opening until
the end,
the closure of the clearing file.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
My question is actually for the previous speaker. He ran out of stage very fast before I could ask. So this is to Innocent from Akvatech about lab integration. So apart from the lab integration, have you guys developed any solution for hospital management information system, or has anyone in the crowd have such a solution whereby it tracks the patient journey from the time they are admitted, at the reception, all the way until they are discharged?
Thank you for the good question. Actually, I am the maintainer and responsible for the healthcare module. It is true that we have a healthcare module which does everything that you need, from the registration to the billing to the insurance, with API and with the insurance which does not have an API. So everything is there. Also, we have that RIS, Radiology Information System. So to answer you in a short, that we have everything.
Any question?
So firstly, it is great that you guys are open sourcing all your applications, right? I just had a quick look at it. Not many people have started your applications. Your documentation is missing. A lot of your C's with that mega app that you have is, a lot of it is very generic. A lot of it is maybe mixed, right? I think you guys, just a comment that doesn't seem that you are making it for general purpose consumption, even though it feels there is a big opportunity for doing that. Maybe just for you to reflect, like, if you can think of, taking it to the next level and making, again, even from a very business perspective also, it generally will help in creating brand value and all of that. So, yeah.
My name is Amos Rono from United Warehouses from Mombasa County. I like the idea. It's really good. And my question comes in, when you come to clearing and forwarding in Kenya, we have several stakeholders. So my interest on the judges, how you ask payment or the rates, are you partnering with the stakeholders directly, or how are you coming through with the existing systems that require to meet the clearing and forwarding processes as far as the documentation process?
Yeah, according to our app, like I was previously said that it had the custom stages. So there is the stage of TRA, shipping, physical, and port clearance. So from there, we can track all the charges and their payments, and if maybe it happens from there, they have not been paid maybe by the consignee, or it is paid by the clearing agents, it will be taken to the clearing charges, so that the payment can be paid.
Okay, just to understand you clearly, so you've not integrated the system with either ICMS or the other?
We have an open discussion after this, so we can take those questions during that time. Because we are running out of time, so we have a lot of presentations which are still in the agenda list. So we'll continue with that and we'll take your questions in the open discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Aquatic team and the rest who have presented. So I know it's after lunch, but before we go and do something for 5 minutes, I want to introduce a new form of clapping for these presenters who've just presented. So since you've had some thunderstorms or some sound out there in the sky, so there's something called karoheni. And when I say karoheni, you clap once. Karoheni is lightning. So let me do a demo. When I say karoheni, I clap once. So karoheni, once. Yes. So try again. Karoheni. Yeah, that was a demo. Now 3, 2, 1, go. Karoheni. Nice. Thank you so much. So I'll kindly request everyone to stand up. I know it's lunch. Food is cooking down there in your stomach. So sleep might be coming here and there. Just do a stretch, small stretch. Yeah, turn left to right. Yeah, that's good. And as you're standing, just 2 minutes, talk to your neighbor. What are you hearing? What are you learning? And then randomly, 2 people will be chosen by the mic guys to speak on the neighbor's behalf on what the neighbor has learned. So make sure you talk to someone. 2 minutes start now. All right, 1 more minute. Make sure you are comprehensive enough. All right. Okay, now you can have a seat. So the mic runners have the opportunity to choose randomly whoever they want to speak on their neighbor's behalf. So let's say I got Foram's comment. I will speak what Foram has had in regards to the conversation. Okay, you got the gist? All right, so mic runners, you can choose one person. Yeah, I see one is okay.
So this is Mark here from Upande. So I was actually speaking with my colleague. We were not together this morning. So what I learned from him is that from one of the meetings he had this morning, it's also possible just to close gaps in some cases for some of our customers, even when we can't do end-to-end full deployment, which we'd ideally do. So in some cases, just getting a foot in the door can still be very useful. So hopefully that pans out.
Another mic runner to choose someone randomly. So be prepared. Make sure you've talked to someone.
Good afternoon. My name is Eunice from ICLC. My neighbor told me he learned everything in that several use cases as far as where the system can be used. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So let's clap for them. I know we've clapped, but that's the traditional way. So let's go back to moja, mbili, tatu. Okay. Moja, mbili, tatu. Nice, nice. Thank you so much, everyone. So our next speaker is Kushal. Kushal, you can come to the stage. Let's give him a normal traditional clap.
Hi guys, my name is Kushal. I'm from a company called Sisaipo. Started off with my dad's business in computerizing his business with stock management software. So since we finished university and all, my brother and I, we started programming. And ooh, how do you do that? MacBooks, I tell you. All right, so a couple of years in, we've been working on mainly .NET solutions, definitely not open source. So when we got onto the Frappe ecosystem a couple of years ago, it was a breath of fresh air because how dynamic it was in finding a solution and the speed of finding that solution compared to what we used to do was just mind-blowing. So why did we pick Frappe framework? ERPNext runs on Frappe framework, just for the new guys. It's extremely reliable. It's tried, tested. There's a community of people passionate enough to vocalize the bugs and fix the bugs at the same time. It's great. It's you moving forward without relying on a closed source company where you don't know what's going on. The amount of customization you can do. It's called low code, no code, yes. But when you want to throw in code, you can customize every single corner of it. So you can program fully on it, but low code, no code also means that it's very fast for doing basic things. Customizing fields, connecting APIs, importing data from external systems, it's just really smooth. The ecosystem, why we are here, Mr. Rushab, to begin with. Great talk, by the way. The ecosystem and the feeling that we all get when we are here at an event like this, the way we talk passionately about the solutions we've built for customers, and we are happy to share them out with the rest of you. It's just amazing, the feeling about it. Affordability, most business owners, that's sometimes the first thing. And unlimited users, unlimited locations, cloud-based, I mean, you name it, you can get it done with Frappe. So because we come from a custom software solution provider type of background, we've got customers that want specific things, and we've built that for them. And now with Frappe, it's a ready-made system by someone else, and the same customers that we are trying to move onto it ask for the same things. So it's not been too difficult to do that, surprisingly. And when we realized that is when we actually said, let's become a Frappe framework-based company instead of a .NET-based company. So I'm going to show you a couple of quick videos on some solutions that we've provided. So this is updating price lists in bulk. So you just simply select all your prices, or the items that you want, filter it, of course. Where's the play button? There we go. She's not playing. Yeah, I think it's streaming. Can you download the slides, the full slideshow?
We have some technical issues. So what we can do is that we can go for a quick snack and tea break. And once we are back, we'll be sorted with the issues. So the tea and coffee is already served right down here. So you can just take a quick 10 minutes break and we are going to be back in 10 minutes.
All right, let's get started. I'm continuing from where I left off. So we've built something called Power Pack. In that Power Pack, we've kind of pushed in all the changes that our existing customers needed. So I'll start off with a video showing you one of them, which deals with the price lists. So we'd pick multiple items, filter them as you need, select them. You'll go to bulk price update. Over here, you'll pick the buying price, the selling price. You can pick markup or margin. Put your percentage there, rounding if you want to, and hit apply. Notice the last column. So here we can quickly update price lists, even if you have multiple price lists. We are unchecking some that we don't want to update now, updating the rest which are still checked. Apply and save, and all done. Your price lists have been updated. Thank you. Over here, some people are against this feature, but we got a surprising number of customers who actually want to see their profits as they're selling. So this is the normal view. We'll switch on the power up, and you'll see your profit breakdowns per item, and on the top right-hand side, you'll see the overall profit, margin, cost, everything. So under the items, you'll notice the stock. I don't know if you can read it from there, but there's physical stock and available stock. So the difference is the sales orders that you have committed to providing. The value is the valuation. The plus sign at the end of the valuation shows if it is exclusive of VAT or inclusive of VAT. The last purchase that you made, the value and the date. The last sale that you made of that item. And the customer that I'm selling this to, his last price and when they bought it. And we have one more button called bulk selection. So this was our kind of solution of getting POS without POS. So there's a bulk selection button down there. You'll get all your items. We've got a fuzzy search at the top. You can filter for available only. You check and update the quantity on this side. It's pagination, so it's pretty fast. So fuzzy search, as I was mentioning. And at the bottom, you can get your full breakdown and, of course, the profits and add the items. And that kicks in all of them, and you're done with the sale. So just a faster way of trying to make a sale compared to what was already available. And the POS. So we actually have a lot of requirements for the POS, and we're still working on a lot more. I just wanted to show you guys a couple of things that we've done so far. So this is the normal POS. Picking items, big ass thumbnails. Sorry, I hope I'm allowed to swear. Over here, we're picking, when you pick a customer, you can see their outstandings. You can copy a message to send them a quick WhatsApp message or text or whatever. When you're clicking an item, of course, you're adding it to the cart on the right-hand side. This is all normal. When you right-click on an item, however, you get the browser context menu. So that doesn't do anything. So we're introducing a list view inside the POS. This is without any core changes. So you can see the quantities. If you right-click on the items, you get a bulk quantity input box. Between the stock quantity, sorry, it's going faster than I'm talking. Right, so this is closing a normal sale, normal POS. That's your receipt, printing, etc. New order comes back over here. So if you notice between the quantity column, which are green and red, and the price, there's a faded out cost price. So as you can see, a lot of our customers want to see the cost while they're selling. This is, of course, based on roles. Not everyone sees this. The last thing that we've been working on just last month was, we've called it Taskist. It's based on the existing ERPNext projects and tasks. We wanted an easier way of managing our own team. So this wasn't really built for customers, it was built for our own team. We've tried Trello, Asana, Todoist, all those task management programs. And when it comes to your team also accessing those tasks, it becomes a bit difficult, or there are other issues. So just on top of the existing one, we've added a Taskist over there. You'll get a Kanban view, a list view, a calendar, and a summary. And the summary includes a full breakdown of your team, their open tasks, and their progress made as of this day. You can have your projects on the side, filter by them. Adding a new task is just as simple. We've tried to minimize the amount of boxes needed. So that's your task. We change it into a group. You set your priority, etc. Now we're adding a subtask under it. You can see the Kanban will show that it's part of a group. You can move the whole group around. You can separate it from the group. If you throw the group back in, it allocates it correctly. List view has a, sorry? View. So this is the calendar view. You can add all the features that, all the fields that are already in tasks and projects are over here. Sorry? Something else. So we are setting up the hourly schedule over here. You can see the team tasks and your tasks, dark mode and shortcuts. And it's mobile friendly. Thank you. The next step for this is PWA and mobile notifications, which is not yet there. And that's it from us. Thank you very much. And everything we've done is open source, available on our GitHub page. Thank you.
For questions. We can have 2 to 3 questions. So next on stage, but before you have the next person on stage, so let me see if I can jog your memory. Karoheni? Some of you had lagged. So 1, 2, 3, Karoheni? Thank you, thank you. So we have Joseph Mania coming up on stage. So let's introduce Joseph Mania with a hearty clap. Thank you.
Hello, so hey everyone. So what's in my mind right now is choose your pay. Is it? What was it? Choose your work, then you choose your pay. Yeah, that one will work for people who will be working in the future, but currently I choose your pay, then I choose your work, right? Either way. So my topic majorly is about performance optimization for the application we are building on top of Frappe. Did I introduce myself? My name is Mania Joseph. I do make a lot of noise on LinkedIn. For those few who know me, I do work with Beverin Software Inc. Not in African region though, but I'm still around, right? Yep. So I was to make a general presentation because I don't have any specific application as of now because I work in another region. Then all of a sudden the performance thing bumped in. So I've been following Ankush for a little bit of time, and I really, really love the way he's doing his work on performance. That's the more improvement that have been done on V16. I'm really, really loving what they are doing on that. So majorly, as we are building our applications of now, normally we do have ERPNext, which is a core app in the Frappe community, which of course we have the desk application, which is already optimized. So what we usually come and develop majorly are portals, right? Like they say the Red Cross they have a number of portals. So for example, if you have one portal, many requests, you always receive many requests. I mean, let's say for a customer portal, if you do have one, then a customer logs in, he will receive, you'll call the backend using many API calls. You need to fetch sales order, you need to fetch invoices, you need to fetch customer statement. That's all in, that's a one user. So let's say we have 1,000 users. So that means many requests will be hitting the database. So that's where optimizations comes in. If you don't take care of your application, you might need a lot of resources. So that's the reason why as a developer you need to take into account the performance of your applications. So the business challenges of it, the negative sides of it, slow portals of course. So you always need to scale your application. When you are starting out, the application of course it has few users, but as time goes by, you might increase. Let's say it's a business, so the number of customers will increase. So that means many requests hitting the database. Therefore, your application might become slow. So that's on the business side of it. Now, when we check on one of these, you can just read a little bit. So this is a person. Let's assume this is a dev. One of the major issues, the business raised was like the site is running slow. And since currently everyone is talking about AI, so what you do as a dev is just a hack. Since the application usually load, right? So when it's loading, if you just put their AI is thinking, so everyone will accept that as maybe the best solution as of now, right? But in real sense, man, it's your work as a dev to make sure the application is working right. So with that, we have few architecture principles that are here, but I really can't go inside of them because they are majorly for developers, actually. So like data optimization, backend optimization, scaling large data set, then things to do with multi-layer caching. So sorry for business people, this is majorly for devs, right? So I will use an example of customer portals. So one of the things you can do when you're doing with the customer portal when you want to optimize it is like move heavy logic to the background jobs, fetch only related data, and only fetch what the user is, what the user wants to display on the portal. So the major point I'll talk on point number 4, which is multi-layer caching. So with caching, we have different layers of caching. So we have the database, the Redis API, then we come to front end. Just make sure when you are doing your caching, if you have a backend caching and a front-end caching, make sure when you are clearing both of them, you clear them at the same time. Because if you clear one caching, like POS, if you clear the front-end caching, then you don't clear the backend caching. When you log in with another POS profile, the other old POS profile will still show on the user portal. So that's one of the things you should just take care of it. Then these numbers look exaggerated, but I was developing a customer portal it's a general just customer portal on the to extend the ERPNext functionality. So the payload reduction, 85%, looks exaggerated, right? Yep, that's not the point. The point is on the lower resource usage. So this is where a business person comes in. So if you're the business person, point number 4, resource usage. So you can be adding more. We have 2 ways of scaling your application. We have the vertical scaling, then the horizontal scaling. So if your site is slow, maybe you could just be adding resource, adding more CPU, adding more memory, but the major task is on the way your API were designed. So what you do as a business person, you have to go back and pay a developer to come and optimize your application. Then you come back to your resources. Otherwise, if your resources if your application is not well optimized, when the number of users increase, which means you'll increase your resource usability, right? And that means more money on the other end. So in both ways, you're using more money, but it typically depends. So you choose your struggle on one end. Then I really love what Frappe are doing. If you go to Frappe Cloud, we usually have this graph. This graph usually represents, you can check the performance of your applications, either custom or what. So if your site is too slow, you can always go on the back end, then on the Frappe Cloud, check which API request is taking a lot of time. Then maybe you can go back and optimize. Fetch only related data, fetch only the data that the user wants. Yep. So lastly, as I complete or as I finish up, we have different servers that have been set up on the Frappe Cloud. In Africa, I don't know if it was last year or the other year, whereby we have a server in South Africa, which thing actually, so you should clap for Frappe. Yeah, and one of the major questions we've been talking with Musha in the morning is, if I'm in Kenya, which server should I choose? Is it the one in Mumbai, or I should set up, or I should choose the one in South Africa? I really don't have a perfect answer for that, and that's the reason down here, you're not seeing clearly, right? That was the goal, yep. So the goal for that is, I'm not really sure if the server location is one of the performance measure, but that's an assignment. Maybe you can do that on your own. If I get the perfect answer, of course, I'll write that on LinkedIn. But the thing is, you can try out. You can always change your location of your site. I think that's on if you just click a button, you can be able to change. For only those who are hosting on Frappe Cloud. The rest, if you're hosting locally, then that's okay. Then with that being said, as I said, I'm working on a different region, but what I had to brought you is this customer portal, which we've been developing. So you can scan the QR code and you can check out the code and everything, or you can use in your business, right? And you can see the cup actually. So the cup is full of, I don't know if it's coffee. Yep, but it's on Friday, right? Yeah. So it's on Friday. Be inviting me on those shares, guys. So with that being said, I think I'm done. Thank you for having me. Any other question? Any question from anybody? Yes.
Hi, I'm Christine from Victory Farms, and I wanted to ask a question on specifically, not customizing, but optimizing reports. So we have our GL report, and we've been using ERPNext for the past 3 years. And when it comes to running reports like the general ledger, it takes about 10 minutes, which is a very long time. And we have tried database indexing, and as a dev, I feel like I have done whatever I can do so far. Yeah. So it would be nice to get maybe some insight on what else can we do to have our reports run much faster.
On the general ledger, to be frank, that's a complex report actually, and that's why down here, sorry guys, I jumped on this very fast because of time. Down here I wrote general ledger kiosk improvement. So this one was an article that was written by Ankush, CTO at Frappe, on how they tried to improve the performance of general ledger. So like I saw on the same article, the report was taking 30 minutes. And they tried to improve. You said 10 minutes roughly. So it seems you have a lot of data, right? Yeah. I can. Maybe we shall link up, right? I'll send you a few number of resources on how they did it and how maybe we can do it, or we'll try to improve it. But they tried their level best on this, right? Yep. But it's a good question actually, because you brought it and I had that in mind. So thank you. Any other question? Oh, no question? Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Minia. So let's do moja, mbili, tatu. Thank you. So next on stage we have Emmanuel Mwendwa from Navari Limited. Let's welcome him with a hearty clap.
Hello, can you hear me? Wow, you guys are building. You're building. And as you're building, let's take some time and relax, right? Let's take some time, let's make some appointments, let's enjoy ourselves. So I'm Emmanuel from Navari. Recently we've been building something called Frappoint. And Frappoint is more or less an appointment booking system. Let me call it that. So why appointments actually? This is, as I've said, you guys are building and we need to relax. Where do we relax mostly? On weekends, we go to the field, we play. Those are the footballers. What about the devs, the indoor guys, the us? Okay, so we might book as per, if you can afford it. So when booking as per, most pars manage their records by books. They do it physically, and this brings up a lot of problems. So one of the problems we got by our customer is their bookings became very complex. So they had the double bookings, conflicts of resources, and so much stuff. So what we decided to do as Navari, we sat down and built Frappoint. And Frappoint combines everything that encompasses a booking, let me call it that, or an appointment. So that is the service. What are you going to do? Or what service are you booking for specifically? Who is going to provide that service for you? Where exactly the service is going to be performed and when? So that is Frappoint basically. It's basically an orchestra of all this information. We combine services, we combine providers, we combine service units, and we combine slots. Then we build or we create the result, which is a booking. And what does it solve? As I've told you earlier, the problem we were facing, multiple providers, multiple bookings, conflict resources, and stuff. So Frappoint solves this very simply. our philosophy is data equals to availability, and then we get a resource-aware engine. And what is the data? The data is what I've shown you in the previous slide. The services, the providers, the slots, and the locations. So FraPoint has currently 2 features. The desk, this is like a summarized view of it. The desk has multiple sub-features, I'll call them that. And then we have the self-service, or the customer portal. So on the desk is where you do your configurations. You as the business, you as the spa, you as the gym. We had the garage management system, you as a garage. So this is where you'll do your configurations. This is where you'll manage every appointment you get. And for me as the customer, I can do it by myself on the self-service portal. So here, this is basically, I'll just 2 minutes, give or take, basic rush through of how to set up. So this is the service, the thing you are booking for. So you can define different services, their durations, how many guests can be slotted into a specific appointment, I might call it. So we have the duration, we have the prices, we have the unit types, the service units, that is. For the portal information, this is what now you will show to the specific customer. We have the materials and the payment gateways. That was run through too fast, sorry for that, but the materials basically are the stock resources you consume when performing the service. That is massage oil and stuff. Then payment gateway basically allows us to easily check out on the self-service portal. So those are the service types or the services. We have the service providers. These are the who. In our previous slide, these are the people offering the services. Down there, you've seen the services. These are the service units. This is the where. So this is basically a short configuration setup, how we do it, or how we get the specific data we need. So the service units are defined in a tree type, cost center and stuff. And then this tool, now that you've seen the services, you've seen the service providers, and you've seen the service units. So now we want to map the services to the providers, who is offering what. Let me call it that. So we fetch all the providers, we select a service type, then we assign. So I just want to assign this to Peter, so I'll click Assign Services, confirm it, Peter is assigned. Then if I go back to my service providers, go back to service providers, go back to Peter, and reload his information on the system, you'll see at the bottom we have a service type personal training session. So Peter might be a gym instructor and such. Now for the when. You've seen the who and the what. So for the when, we provide something called shift assignment tool. You create shifts on the system, then you come and assign the specific shifts to the specific providers. So you'll assign it like when they start, the time or the duration they start, and then the locations down here. So once I fetch the providers, as you can see, I'll assign the service units. This is the where. Then I might pick maybe, for Peter, since he was a gym instructor, I'll pick like treadmill. For Mercy, facial room 1. And then for Chris, Maisha maybe, or garage. And then I'll assign. So once I assign the shifts, now we have everything in place. So we have the slots, basically, I'll call them. Now we can move on to the next section, which is now making the specific appointment. We have all the data we need. So that will be my next slide. Okay, I'll just start this one. So here we'll click like create a new service appointment. We'll select the service type, that is what you're booking for. Select the different price, that is the ranges, and then now we fetch for the slots. Since we know who is providing and what we are looking for, we'll just pick a random slot. Then we'll book for that slot. We'll enter the customer details. This helps us in billing and stuff. We've also incorporated billing. I won't show that today, sorry. But I'll provide a link to the documentation. If you're interested, you can go further. We have the coupon system in place. Then once that is saved, you'll just confirm your appointment. And now we have a booking. Voila. So this is your booking. You have your booking details here. You can email it to the customer. You can also come and view in a calendar view for the management or the reception. So you'll see the booking we've just made, click it, we'll go back to the service appointment, view all the information. So that is it for the desk side. You can reschedule, you can cancel, there's so much stuff you can do. I'll move on. Sorry, I'm just rushing through. This is the self-service or the customer portal, let me call it that. So for the customer portal, we have defined the service types on the back end. This is what they'll see, or this is what the customer will see, or I will see. We'll see the information about the service, who offers it, the prices, the different tags, I might say, facial, skincare and stuff. I'll select a specific price, then I'll click book appointment. Once I book, here we come and now select the slots. So I have the available dates. So these are the dates you can come in for the service. Once you pick a date, then I show you the available time slots. So like 9 a.m., enter your information. So if you already have this information in the system as the customer, and the customer is logged in, sorry, we don't have guest appointments for now, then we'll just fetch it, pre-populate it. You can just confirm the details, maybe you're booking for somebody else, then continue on to the payment section. Now this was the payment gateway stuff, the checkouts. M-Pesa is our primary gateway in Kenya. You've seen Send Money, you've seen Lipa na M-Pesa. This is basically it. So we have this M-Pesa checkout page. So here we have prompted the user. The user is now entering their PIN. Once their PIN is confirmed, or once they've confirmed the payment and they're making it for this service, we get this wonderful, beautiful booking confirm page. So you can download it, add it to your calendar, or you can click the manage booking section and view more information about it. Maybe cancel, maybe reschedule. So yeah, that is it for the service appointment. If you're interested, I have a demo site. You can donate some cash to Navari through M-Pesa. And here is where M-Pesa comes in, right? So what does M-Pesa do? So M-Pesa integration in ERPNext basically is the accounting bit of it. It's the finance. It's where we receive our money from in Kenya. It's our basic digital currency system, I'll call it that. So with Frappe M-Pesa payments, I'll call it, we have it on our GitHub. It basically helps us automate stuff. The C2B payments, we've seen the STK push. It helps us trace this money was paid for this specific invoice or this bill and stuff. And it makes our ledgers very accurate. Since we know this came in this specific time, it's logged some specific place. The APIs we've implemented and some tools. We have the M-Pesa Express. I've shown it to you in the previous slide. We have the C2B. This is the offline payments. We have a transaction status check, and we have M-Pesa B2C. Those are basically the APIs offered by Daraja. Then we have our own M-Pesa payment reconciliation tool. It's similar to the ERPNext payment reconciliation, just makes it easier to reconcile M-Pesa payments. So this is STK push. Basically, you trigger the prompt to the specific customer's phone number, they pay, you receive your system. You can have these on POS. I'll show you this. This is a feature that is coming up. So this is POS. So you've added the item to cart, click checkout, select your mode of payment, that is the M-Pesa pay bill, enter the phone number and request for payment. Then all you do is wait. You wait for the customer to enter their PIN. Once their PIN has been inserted, you'll receive a payment notification. It's the M-Pesa messages you usually like receiving once you've gotten money into your account. Then here you can now go, just for confirmation purposes, you can see our invoice has been paid, and under the payment sections, we have the M-Pesa reference number, we have the account it has been paid to, and the amount, and the clearance date. That is STK push on POS. We also have STK push on desk. So here we have the M-Pesa settings. This is the M-Pesa settings. This is our entryway to M-Pesa integration. I have not shown this. I'll show a documentation link later. You can view more or ask questions. So where I've highlighted how to create sales invoices, this is basically a tool we use to automate payment reconciliation. Let me call it that. So I'll just play the video. So you've created the sales order for the customer. Now you're requesting for an advance. So you create a payment request. Select the payment gateway as your M-Pesa settings. Enter the customer's phone number, if it's not already pre-populated, that is. Enter the specific gateway account, then save and submit. Similar to the POS, this prompts the user to enter their PIN. Once the PIN has been entered, you can just wait a moment. This will reload. If you're impatient like me, you can just reload on your own. Click the 3 dots, click reload, and then you'll see it has been paid. And for the sales order, if you go to the linked sales order, that is down here. This one. Go to connections, you'll see there's a sales invoice that has been created against it. And when you go to the sales invoice, you'll see that it has been paid. Same process. That was the M-Pesa STK. We have the payment entry, and it has been reconciled against your invoice. Okay, C2B. C2B, I've told you, is customer initiated. I enter my phone, I go to M-Pesa STK, no, M-Pesa SIM toolkit, enter your either business till number or pay bill number. And then I pay. Once I've paid, payments come into your ERPNext system, the one you've registered. And I'll show you sample. This is the POS bit. So on the POS, we have the quick pay. We have a quick pay button. So once you select the gateway amount and select quick pay, you come and search for the specific payments inside your system. Pick one or pick multiple. That is up to you in case people have paid multiple times. Then just complete the order. Submit it as usual. Then it's marked as paid basically. Then once you view the specific invoice in form view, down here you'll find, what is this thing called? It's obstructing the view. But basically the payment has been made against it. And if you come to the M-Pesa C2B payment register, this is where all your M-Pesa payments are logged, I might say. You will see it has been reconciled against that specific invoice. So we have C2B on POS, and we have C2B on desk. So for C2B on desk, we have the M-Pesa actions. Top right, is it top right? Next to M-Pesa, get items from. Can you see that? Yeah. So we have the M-Pesa actions. You select M-Pesa actions, quick pay, pick a payment, similar process to the previous one. Then it's reconciled against. That makes it easier to check out payments, reconcile payments, eases your mind instead of going through multiple doc types. Then you submit and it's paid and stuff. Okay. Basically, transaction status allows us to verify in case a payment is missing in our system. So I'll just go through the video. So I'll delete the first payment. So this was an offline payment I made. I'll delete this. So now we are not referencing it anywhere in our system. So the customer has the argument I've paid. I can't see the payment, right? So what do? We have the check transaction status tool. Select the pay bill they've paid against, and then enter the transaction ID. Since they have the message, they'll give you this. Then once you verify, the payment comes into the system immediately. Then you sort out your arguments basically. So this is just a tool. API provided by Daraja helps ease your mind when there is conflicts. So for the C2B auto-reconciliation tool, this reduces manual effort. Previously, we had a very long process of reconciling C2B payments and invoices in the system. So we implemented this tool, similar to payment reconciliation. You enter the customer, then we have multiple filters. So maybe you're filtering for just specific names in the C2B register. you get all the draft entries, the payments that haven't been reconciled against anything. Select the invoices you want to reconcile, that is the outstanding. Select the M-Pesa payments and click allocate. Once that is done, everything happens in the background, everything is reconciled, the invoices are marked as paid, and you can continue reconciling all the other invoices. And now for the final one, which is B2C. This is when money leaves your account. Nobody is happy about this, but it has to happen sometimes, right? You have to pay vendors, you have to pay salaries and stuff. So B2C is this specifically. It helps us move money from our Pesa accounts into any specific pending bill. So we have the B2C, payment disbursement. Create a new record, select your mode of payment, and the transaction you're paying against. So the party type can either be employee or supplier currently. Those are the only two we support. And once you've selected, you'll pick what you're going to pay against. So like we have the employee advance, an expense claim, maybe you're disbursing a loan. For everyone who had a question about why lending is a required app on Frappe M-Pesa, sorry, this was the reason. My bad, I'll update that. But yeah, once that is done, once that is done, I'll just skip over to here. So you'll get all the references, that is all the outstanding employee advances. You'll allocate amount. Then once you submit this, the B2C request happens in the background. You've already configured everything. So the money is disbursed from your account to the employee's account. Then once you go, you'll see we have the B2C request. This was the request sent to Daraja to initiate the B2C checkout. We have a payment entry. This one now is reconciling your employee advance against the payment you've just made. Ease of mind. Then click the specific reference, employee advance, and you'll see the amount paid. So yeah, we have the paid amount as 50,000, and basically that is it for M-Pesa. In case you have any further questions or comments or something, we have the docs for all our applications, the one on the left, and we have the link for Navari's homepage on the right. Thank you, that was my time.
So thank you, Mwenda. Because of the time, we'll take some questions offline and you can meet with Mwenda later. Let me welcome the next personnel, which is Chipo Hameja and Arnold Muanguzi, who will represent the Frappe Club in capacity building in East Africa. Please give them a clap.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of gems that I've been picking up today, but full disclosure, I'm not a developer. So this will not be the usual kinds of presentations, and I hope you like it. So my name is Arnold Mwanguzi, and I am an entrepreneurial leadership student. What that means is basically, instead of fighting with politics, we figure out ways to solve problems with business, entrepreneurial skills. So I actually met Chipo when I was working at my school's Center for Entrepreneurship, which supports students who have ideas for entrepreneurship, right? And one of my most important jobs was to make sure that every student who sends in an idea via email is properly documented from that point to the point when maybe they're funded or when they're making money or have traction. It is incredibly difficult on email. So I ran around campus looking for an engineer to help me solve this problem, right? And everybody would just ghost me after some time. Oh, this is too complex, this is too this. So eventually, I remembered Chipo keeps talking about this thing. You know, everybody knows him as the Frappe guy. So when I went to speak with the Frappe guy, I noticed, oh, wow, how have I never heard of the, just three letters, ERP, Never heard of it before that. I'm an entrepreneur leadership student, and I realized this industry is so kept by experts that I needed to do something about it. So I joined him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chipo.
All right, how is everyone doing? Okay, so I'm Chipo Hameja. I'm based in Rwanda. I'm a student at the African Leadership University. I'm the founder of Frappe Club, but I'm Zambian. So, but anyway, this club is student-led, okay? So anyway, I never saw myself being in the ERP industry for this long, because I come from, my initial passion was robotics and game development. So this is because of what I was exposed to when I was young. So unfortunately, I haven't seen any like ERP movies or sitcoms. I hope we're going to have some later on. Yeah. So anyway, I would watch, there's a show called Game Shakers, and I would say, hey, I want to be like them. Yeah. Anyway, so we managed to come with a few students from the African Leadership University. I'll ask you to stand and just say hi to the club. There's Samuel there. Samuel is a good developer. Yeah. All right, thank you. Anyway, so my journey with Frappe and ERPNext started in my gap year some time back. So, like I said, I used to do game development and robotics. But on the website of things, I was doing PHP and Laravel. So a company was hiring for a project, and I got the role through a referral, and I met this person, the person that referred me online, and that's the power of community. So I accepted the offer and started learning Frappe framework. So at the time, it was very hard. The only tutorial that was there is by Mr. Rushab. I think that was the first Frappe and ERP tutorial, their meeting application with an old version of Frappe framework. So anyway, I continued working, and with time, I got into another company. And this is my second time in Kenya. So that company, I came here for a Frappe project. So yeah, I'm glad for the exposure and opportunity. So anyway, with time, I got another job that allowed me to finally start my degree program, my university degree program. But before then, I had clients I was supporting as a developer. So it was very hard to manage the two. So I flew to Rwanda to start my degree program. And in the background, I was trying to find developers I could hand over the projects to, the client projects to. So it was challenging. I had a Frappe back in Zambia, a childhood friend, but we still couldn't meet the demand. So after some time at the African Leadership University, I realized one thing. So what the university focuses on is business and engineering related programs. So I thought, why not try to train my friends and see how it goes? So that's how the Frappe Club started. Okay, so this is our fourth cohort, and it's the first time we went public, so the trainings were just exclusive, and we have the biggest numbers, and from different parts of Africa. Okay, so you have Kenya, Burundi, and all these other countries. You also have some students that are part of the club from India, Ethiopia, and Cameroon. Okay, so we have 30 plus active members for this cohort. 45% of them are female. Then we have 3 open source projects in the pipeline, and we have 4 freelancers that are currently working on projects. Okay, so these are some of our ongoing projects and partners. So the EPR compliance, it's a UK-based project. So this is in partnership with a partner, with a company from UK. They're called Automate Branding. So stands for Extended Producer Responsibility. So this is an ongoing project, and the people working on that project graduates from last year's cohort. Then Zimra, Zimbabwe. So with a partner in UK, what we agreed on was, hey, let's work on compliance because it's a challenge for in many parts of the world, and it's a thing nowadays. Okay, so we decided to work on 2 compliance projects. So EPR in UK and Zimra in Zimbabwe. And for now, with Zimra, it's Zimbabwe Revenue Authority. We are in the testing phase. And after that, we are going to roll it out. And with time, we'll make it open source. Then we have Havana Solutions. So this was the initial client I had. And after training more people, we've successfully implemented over 10 projects. Then we're also consulting for a real estate company in Germany, and we have one ongoing project. There are always new features here and there. So what the university does is it inspires people to work on ventures because it focuses on missions, not majors. So this Kenya Connect is a student-led venture. So it came from a problem of language barrier with foreigners. So the language they speak, most Rwandans speak is Kinyarwanda. So these Kenya Connect guys started training people on the language Kinyarwanda. Then some people wanted to do it online. So yeah, we agreed that, okay, we'd help them. And we are using the Frappe learning management system for the Kinyarwanda courses. So anyway, this is just a screenshot of the homepage for the Kenya Connect. Okay, so I'm going to invite my colleague, Anod.
Thank you. So, as you can tell, my background is mostly in art. I used to be a freelance artist and eventually started getting interested in technology and how that could help me run my businesses, right? That is the first time I engaged Excel and even a computer, actually. But while growing up, I used to ask my mom a lot, what do you do at work? So all I knew is that she would go very early in the morning before I could see her, come back late just right before I go to sleep. And when I started working by myself, the art projects, and then when they got bigger, I realized, oh yeah, this is what people do at work. All you do is touch buttons here and there. You're working with some kind of system all day, right? And this was my first interaction with what ERP is. Now I've come to realize that what ERP promises is what ERPNext actually delivers, right? So eventually, when I spoke with Chipo and he told me about ERPNext and Frappe framework, I asked him to show me how it works, right? And I was really surprised to find that there's so many things going on, and I noticed that if we're going to be able to teach this thing properly, we need to democratize this information. We need to break it down into very simple language that everybody can understand. So we decided to create what we called a collaboration framework, which basically divides the classes into 2. There's the implementers, who are the word actually comes from Tulia. It's a derivative, which means bringing harmony in the organization. And then Dapo, it's an Igbo word which means to mix, the makers. So this collaboration framework basically brings together, the people who are creating this software, and everybody learns together. We learn what open source means. I had no idea what that meant. All I knew is that it was important, but now I do. We also noticed that industry knowledge is really important when people are to get hired. But the problem is students don't have any work experience. Most students don't. So we started our partnership program where we try and find internships for these students to go and implement, figure out what to do with that company, where the bottlenecks, and place them. Then they create solutions using the Frappe framework and ERPNext. So this is what community building looks like for us. We find work opportunities for our students, and then we keep each other accountable, because if you leave an engineer alone, they're much like an artist. They will ghost the client at some point. Anyway, so yeah, that's basically it. And what this looks like on this is like a mini Frappeverse. People come and share problems and solutions, and then we also help ourselves build our portfolios. All right, thank you. So I'll call Chipo to finish up.
So what we do is skills development. We train the business students and software engineering students we take them from 0 to 1. So these are people that have never heard about ERPNext, okay? And we introduce, we train them on ERPNext, what it is, how to use it, why it's important, and same with the framework. Then from there, there's a team, student professional development team. They train them on other soft skills, communication skills, management skills. Then our plan is to get all our graduates certified with Frappe, and we can get quality work. And a quick run through on our future plans. We plan to open it to more universities, and we have another campus in Mauritius. We're planning to open it there as well. We also plan to open it in high schools in Rwanda and coding academies. And we want it to be part of our school calendar. Then we also plan to teach it in other languages, because people from the Francophone countries, they struggle a little bit. And for school ventures, we want them to adopt Frappe and ERPNext in the early stages, so that they can easily scale their ventures in there going forward. Yeah, so this is the team. The other two, Kelvin and Do, first two cohorts, the trainers. And yeah, that's it. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Sorry?
Then saying, are you getting, are you connected to the broader partner ecosystem? Because there is a lot of hiring capacity problems in the ecosystem. So are you connected to partners and service providers or have they reached out to you?
Sorry, I didn't get the question clearly, but I think what you're trying to say is, did we talk to partners for hiring opportunities? Is that question? Yeah, so I'm glad I came here, because from this slide, these are the highest numbers we've had. So my worry was, what are we going to do with all these people? So one of the first things was the Red Cross. So we're looking for partners like Red Cross, where we can have some of the members work on their projects. And
so which year are these? Like, are these final year students, third year, first year, second year? Like,
so actually, these are first and second year students.
First and second.
Yeah.
So you're looking for internships?
Yes, yes. Some of them have their internship trimesters in May, starting May intake.
Yeah. Okay. And are you using Frappe school resources for training and for content, or you creating your own?
The challenge was these people, they come with different levels of experience. So for those that have some basic training on software engineering, we recommend the Frappe school resources so that they can learn ahead. Then for those that are like beginners, we have our own curriculum and our course outline.
Nice. And you are in which year?
So I'm in my second year.
Second year.
Yeah, I'm in my
Nice.
second year.
Amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question? There's one here, there's one.
Hi.
Hello.
During second year, so my question is on compliance. So, how do you go about implementing them? Like, do you have a wider knowledge on ERPNext, or the partners you are working with, do they have a wider knowledge on ERPNext? Because when we are implementing the compliance or when we are doing any integration, we need to do it seamlessly so that it doesn't affect any performance of the normal ERPNext working.
Yes, so the partners we're working with, they have knowledge on ERPNext, and also they are working with businesses that actually want these compliance solutions. So that makes the whole process easy.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Mine is not a question, but more of thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I think what you're doing is great.
Thank you.
And it just needs to scale. But you're in the right place. And we as partners, I think we should open up to training and mentorship of the Frappe framework, because the strategy that other softwares like Tally used was to get into universities way back in the 1980s, which is why they are now the topmost. So if you keep going this way, we'll be assured of ERPNext customers in the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Definitely. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Is there any reason to explain why the Cameroon flag is in the last position?
It's okay.
No.
So blame that on me. I designed the slides. But you know what's funny is that we have 3 Cameroonian students. One of them is actually super interested in cybersecurity, and they're doing one of the most important projects I think we'll probably ever do. So maybe that will make up for that.
Sorry, hi.
Hello.
Just a comment. The fact that you're training your team, product knowledge, I think it's important. But also, there are ways that we use more standards of procedures that we use to implement. So probably you can talk to me after this. We can share with you.
Yeah, sure, I will.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Right, thank you, everyone.
Please point. So we are nearly finalizing on our talks, and we have come to the last speaker. Please, let's welcome Meryl Joy and Christine Nyathira to talk about the experience on ERPNext at Victory Farms, Kenya.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I think just like Chipo, I didn't think that I'll be in the ERPNext space for this long. My name is the first one, Meryl Joy. I am the systems implementation specialist at Victory Farms. And over the time, I honestly think I've become a true specialist. I have become a true specialist, and I want to first and foremost commend all of you for being here at this time after listening to all the Frappe sessions, all the talks. So I believe it's either you're deeply committed to ERPNext or your flight is tomorrow and you don't have anything to do this evening, which makes both of us so welcome. So we're going to talk briefly about how our upgrading experience was from version 14 to version 15. First of all, Victory Farms is a fish company. We produce fish in Kenya, Rwanda, and most likely in Tanzania in the next few months. And we have used ERPNext for 3 years since 2022. And we were on version 14, but now we needed to upgrade to version 15. My colleague will take us through a little bit of why we needed that. So basically, what we're going to share is why we upgraded, what broke during the upgrade, what surprised us, the mistakes we made, and what we would absolutely do differently. And we'll also give you a brief cheat code on what you can do. So some of the reasons, like the main reason why we upgraded was performance challenges with version 14. So Victory Farms, like I've said, it's a fish company and it's quite big. It's the largest tilapia producing company in the sub-Saharan Africa. Please clap for us. Thank you. And so because of the large amount of data that we generate each and every day, each and every minute, the system started becoming very slow. And then also we have heavy customizations. Our customizations, Navari can tell you there were some of, they experienced us in our fullness. So that also started becoming a risk. And then we also wanted our focus to be redirected to business continuity and not just having the system being used by end users daily. We wanted to focus on business continuity, and also we were just ensuring that we future-proof the system architecture, because we noticed that version 15 offered a cleaner, a more resilient system, and was designed for better performance and maintainability. That one. So I'm gonna be very honest. When we first heard about an upgrade, I remember us sitting in the boardroom and we were just like, it's just an upgrade. How hard can it be? And most of our stakeholders, apologies to the stakeholders who are here, they were too excited. They were like, I mean, it's just an upgrade. You guys can do it. It's mostly back-end changes, and after that, everything will be normal. But the truth of the matter, that was not it. So that was not it. Before we move on to the next slide, we did encounter a few challenges that we'll talk about. My colleague will talk about as we continue. And so please appreciate Christine Kanga as she comes.
Okay, great. So migration was something else. I can say this tested me in so many ways. And I can't remember last I did not sleep for about 24 plus hours. That was not binge watching something like Dexter. But migration was it. So we had a 6-phase migration plan, from Excel sheets, stand-ups, sprints, making sure that we have everything in check. We have all bases covered so that we do not leave anything behind. We set up the hypercare calls. That was, I would say, what did we call them? Like calls we could have as the tech team as well as the users of the system every other day to make sure that they are all supported throughout the process. We did a very comprehensive module audit, which was something else. We have just about every module customized, from the fields to the scripts to the workflows to print formats. So we had to check on all of these and ensure that we are porting them from version 14 to version 15, refactoring the code. It was a lot. We also did some sort of setup or a trial of how this would look like from version 14 to version 15, and also to understand how the migration time would look like. It's just not about changing your bench from version 15 to version, from version 14 to version 15. How long would it take? What would break? Would anything go down? All of that. And of course, pre-go live preparation. This was having our users, that's the accounting team, that's the sales team, and I'll talk about that more. Our sales team, our HR team, every single team that is involved in using the ERP, which is about 1,000+ users in the current setup in our company, having them to go through all the processes that they do day in, day out, and make sure that, okay, this works on version 14, is this working on version 15? And of course, doing everything like updating SOPs and ensuring that all the training is done. So if you are upgrading soon, version 16, or if you're still in version 14, don't do these things. First, you should make sure that you audit all your customization deeply. Document it. If you have not documented your customizations yet, stop everything that you're doing. Go back, document everything. Make sure that you know this is what we did. This was the business intention. This is what we were trying to do. Make sure that you have everything documented. You will need this. Next, do a mixed cleanup and upgrade at the same time. Do not ensure that, okay, now we are still having people wanting new features, upgrades, something like that, and you're still living with 84% utilization of your custom fields in a doc type. That's wrong. Go back, redo everything, check on your scripts, what is disabled, remove that. Your crons are still working, they don't help you with anything, remove that. Make sure that your system is clean so that you can upgrade to version 16 even better, because I believe most of us companies here are still using version 15 or are in version 14. So do this or do not do the things that are on the list. Next, do not underestimate anything. From your users, how they take on the migration or how they take on the upgrade, to whatever was built, to whatever is there. And freeze development early. I will put that with the second point, that do not build as you plan to migrate. Leave it alone. You do not need to be building when you're migrating. So, on the testing technically, I told you all about how we had this Excel sheet, sprint stand-ups. This was for the ERP team, not for the users, and that doesn't help the users. The users are like, okay, fine, you're giving us this, you're promising us a faster, more intuitive system, but all they want to do is to make sure that when I am trying to transfer something from this warehouse to do a stock entry, to do this, apply for leave, that I do it and it works. So test operationally, not technically. Okay, great. So our pain points, and a lot of things went wrong. And this and this was probably the most testing time in our team, and the first one on the URL registration issues. So just imagine, we are an end-to-end supply chain business. We are a vertically integrated fish business, aquaculture business. We take the fish, we bring it to the market, we grow the fish, all of that. And after all that shebang, we need to make money by selling the fish to our customers. We have about 90 plus branches across the country. If you've worked with Daraja before, you know how it is to register URLs. You need about 4 or more validation processes, OTP, whatnot, what. And we were doing this across the country. Our boss, Lucia, was in Nairobi. Meryl is sick in Nairobi. I'm on the way to Homa Bay. If you've been along that road, by road, it's something else. And we were doing this all in one weekend. We did the migration on a Thursday night. Friday morning, customers already sending payments, no payments. No payments at all. We couldn't do this in a few hours when we were doing the migrate. We couldn't do it. But we still had to make sure that our customers can still be served, because we moved, one of the motivations of moving to this POS, and we were using POS Awesome before, and now we moved to the POS standard from ERPNext. And we were so happy, oh, this is going to make our customers and our sales team happy, it's gonna be faster, but no payments. So we had to make sure that all the payments, all the registration of the C2B URLs was done in a weekend. It was testing, it was something else. So make sure that all your endpoints, all your webhooks, everything is on check before you migrate. Or if not, make a phased plan on how to do this. Next, we had the sales team again, complaining of negative stock, misaligned tax templates, stock reposting that were happening, causing problems, real life problems in stock doc types and in the POS. Next was accounting entries, and we all know anything about finance people, they do not play about their books. So we also had that going wrong. Next was to understand why all of this and these systematic weaknesses that we did not anticipate had gone wrong. So what had forced us to improve was a few things that I have spoken about, but however, as much as we did a lot of testing, there are things we could not test and cover all bases on. But all I can tell you is that a dedicated migration project and planning is very, very important. So what we will do when we move to version 16, because this is inevitable, we cannot wait for that sleek UI and the awesome bar on the left and everything. Very, very excited. We will do these things. We'll decouple our POS migration. We'll make sure that as much as we are sure that all the operations are working okay, we need to find a way to ensure that all the processes are still in check. We will do dry runs in the till registration. We'll probably have to send a petition or sign a petition on change.org to Safaricom to make their systems a bit easier to use. We will also do we will also do a customization freeze and more hypercare, because if you're building the systems for yourself to say, wow, I can build a system, or wow, I can implement something, and your users are not happy, you're doing the wrong thing. So you need to understand that at the end of the day, it's all right, you're cool, you can run the system, you can make sure the system works, but if you cannot make your system users happy, you are doing zero work. So what you can do when you're moving to version 16, and we have given you a playbook, cheat codes on how to do this. You will first audit your system. Do a whole cleanup, ensure that everything is going, everything is going into plan. Audit, audit, audit. Next is to freeze your customization, freeze all the improvement projects that you're planning, isolate and refactor, because I understand we're all doing V15, V14 customization, but not everything works in version 15 the way it works in version 16. A function may have added a variable, and you need to have all of that refactored for version 16. And all the rest. And that was my time. Thank you so much. Yes. Any questions?
Oh, hi, everyone. So we won't take the questions right now because we have the opening discussion coming next. All right. So let's clap for her once again. So last year, we concluded the presentations with an evaluation. So again, we can do that this year. So we can all rise up. And then once we are all risen up, so ululation in Kenya, or I think Africa, maybe my African friends can let me know. So in Kenya, mostly what I've heard is alilililili, and then they do like this. And then there are those women with high sopranos. If you have it, you can volunteer and come. So we will do alilililili and just do like this, okay? As we're doing alililili. So let's do a test run. 1, 2, 3, go. Alilililili. Exactly. So now let's do the real one. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So let's clap once again. Thank you so much. Now before you sit, just move forward to an empty seat in front of you. We are having an opening discussion just right now. So just move forward, come closer. We have that community feeling together. If there's an empty seat in front of you, just move closer. And after the opening discussion, we now have the cultural dance and the dinner. So be sure to remain, just don't leave yet. Move closer. So if you didn't have also a presentation, this is your time to shine. You can come on the stage, but not now. Just move forward now. Yeah, I think for those in this aisle can come to this aisle so that we do the open discussion closer. I don't know if we'll be using the mic, so maybe you can come to this aisle. So again, thank you so much, all our presenters, everyone for coming, those who have traveled away from Kenya, even away from Africa. We truly appreciate you and we value you so much. So right now, I want to invite Rushab. So let's invite Rushab in an African way with moja mbili tatu, all right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, go. Moja, mbili, tatu, moja, mbili, tatu. Welcome, Rishabh.
Thank you, Priska, for energizing all of us. So, yeah, great diversity of discussions and presentations. I think I learned a lot. Lot of exciting things happening, a lot of new stuff being built. So the last section of the event is usually an open discussion. So this is open for everybody to just come, ask questions, share feedback, or leave a comment or something. And yeah, because this is also a community event, so you're welcome to just come and say a few words in whatever you want to say. So just come forward, take the mic, and the stage is yours. Somebody, Mitesh.
Thank you everybody for being here, and it's always a pleasure to meet the community. I particularly like Chipo's presentation, and I think we will take it to Tanzania without any problems. Why? Because Frappe community needs a lot of resources, or rather a lot of talent that is available and is useful for users and for partners as well. And that is one of the biggest bottlenecks we have right now anyways. We had a partner meetup and we agreed on that right away. So thanks a lot, and we will have a lot more interaction on that. When it comes to the type of applications we have seen and the community, I was in 22 in one of the Frappeverses, and we had a very heated argument with Basavaraj regarding the open source, and it was so heartening to see so much open source over here. So I think the community has been doing a great job. I would say that we're just scratching the surface. There's a lot more to be done. And I am happy that the community is geared up for that. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mark de Blois of Upande. Thanks again, everybody, for coming and for this wonderful program. It's so amazing to see the community grow and also the speed of the innovations taking off year by year. So it's a very exciting time. Also, just wanted to mention that last year we also presented on our integration of eTIMS, OSCU version that is also actually approved by KRA. You'll find it on their website. Code is on GitHub. We can help you set it up. If that's of interest, come talk to us or talk to some of the members in our team. We have quite a few people of our team also actually present. And also one of the things that I picked up as a need from the community was that integration with USSD was also of interest. We've actually done that. So here I also commit that we will also open source that and make that available on our GitHub page.
Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Wasilwa, CEO Stelden. I'm with my colleague Dennis, our CTO. And we've basically done quite a bit of work in IoT integration with the ERPNext. We have several use cases. First use case is in oil and gas. We are tracking consumption of fuel for Kenya Power in their, we call them off-grid generators. Some of them are in far-flung places like in, for example, on Fagano Island, where they're not hooked up to the national grid. The second use case is for an NGO called Drop Access. What Drop Access do is that they have manufactured a device, a vaccine box. Those are for cold chain for vaccines. Currently, so they have sensors in their fridges, and we track the temperature and things of that nature. So integrated with the ERPNext, so they use the other ERPNext modules for now their business processes. The third one, the third use case for IoT we are also currently implementing is with an organization that does, they have quite a number of devices in their network. So we track their performance with the ERPNext. It's also integrated with a guard and security management system. So those are the kind of things we've done. We have done quite a number of implementations in hospitals and things of that nature. So we've also integrated with USSD for some customers and the like. Thank you. Some of our customers are here. United Warehouse East Africa Limited, center representative. What we do for them is we customized their warehousing system, plus they're also tea traders in Mombasa, so we've also implemented traceability from the farm to the tea cup. So you just access a QR code on their tea, and you'd know where this tea has come from and the process it's gone through. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, my name is again Paulin Shuja from Cameroon. So really just to thanks a lot the organizer of this journey, Frappeverse. I'm really proud. I'm really excited to have been here and seeing the whole community. First of all, the open source mindset is critical, and really for the young guys who are embarking on this journey, with more than 20 years of experience that I have, being an SAP expert, I heard about the challenge about immigration, but I will tell you, even in all those big companies, there are a lot of challenges. And right now, it's almost 3 years that we're trying to upgrade from SAP ECC to S4HANA in the company, and it's tough. So don't just believe that it's not easy, but the good thing about ERPNext is that it is exposing to all of us early enough all those complex concepts that, I will not say complex, all those concepts that in those worlds, it seems very difficult, but it is exposing you to those things in a very simplest manner. So it might be the route for you to enter, to start the career in this big ERP world. And I heard the founder talking about this team that he did during his master degree, which is just amazing. And now it's not only the framework, but only the ERPNext, the application, things that people are doing across the framework. I'm so impressed, and really thanks a lot for that. One thing I will really be asking here is to please continue to govern the framework. Unless there's a strong governance behind the framework, it can go everywhere. And I've been so proud about the presentation of the machine learning's integration of all the reports and so on, which means the framework is also growing and embracing all this world of AI. So I'm really proud, and I will encourage the guys of Rwanda with all, embarking early enough at your first, second year. Be sure you'll have a bright future by doing that, and all those guys that you are training, they will have a bright future, because especially in Africa, where you see those big ERP, only their license, their business model is so complex, and most often our business owners can't, even if they want, they might not have the means to support, to afford it. But through ERPNext, they are able to still get the same outcome than all those big solutions. So thanks very much, and I'm so proud. I hope it's just the beginning, and we shall be able to to continue this path together. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got the courage to come out. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yusuf. I am representing ERP Champions. We are partners in Uganda, Kampala. I'm here just to... Oh, you're from Uganda, right? Mwanguzi. I really, again, just came out here to give you guys another round of applause. Yes, I think that is really the missing link we are all trying to address. At first, in our, okay, it's our 5th year in business, we could say we've moved from trying to convince customers to switch to ERPNext. I know a lot is happening, rather it's still happening, but much less. More and more people are finding out about ERPNext, right? And in many cases, we find them already implementing ERPNext, so we don't have to sell, right? But previously, oh, we really had to convince people, right? Again, because they are entrenched in Tally. Myself, I was entrenched in Tally, and worse, from age 15, right? So, so when you think of using open source as a technology to skill your age mates, right? What you're doing is you're getting this technology which was locked away years ago in huge license fees. It was not accessible, but here it is, right? And you have a lot of time to practice, right? I don't expect you to get a deal like Kenya Power or, you know, but you can start with your family businesses, like all of us started. Small businesses, build a track record. You have the time in the world, you see? So I think that's really what I would like to say. Keep going, keep encouraging your friends, wake up your fellow Ugandans, please. We desperately need to adopt technologies, and it is you guys who are going to push us to adopt technologies, right? And I have a small project to throw towards you guys. We open sourced our integration with the Uganda Revenue, or what's it called? EFRIS, right? Electronic, fiscal, whatever. It's an integration, ERPNext and EFRIS, meaning customers are able to create fiscal, whatever, invoices. It's an open source integration in need of community support, with hardly any community support. 1 or 2 members, right? But there it is with bugs, right? Please, take it on. Thank you very much. And you've inspired an old man. All the best.
Yeah, hi everyone. Okay. Yes.
There will be a stipend for maintenance. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Shahriar Abir. I work for a company called BJX Limited, and we operate in South Sudan, as I've said before. Mostly we work for non-profits. Currently we have 15 non-profit organizations as a client, and we are expanding since last year. Since we have partnered with ERPNext, we grew a lot. Okay, so that's it. But I'm here also looking for partners who are expert on oil and gas industry, because in South Sudan there is a huge market of oil and gas industries. And if any of you here, if you're an expert and have experience on oil and gas industry, please say hi to me. I'll be very happy. And secondly, I'm very happy to be here in front of all of you. And I have 3 questions to Rishabh. Number 1, it is like, as we work for non-profits, they are very skeptical for the data security. Okay, and very often they ask, what data security license do you have? So I would request you to answer that what shall we tell them that to grow their confidence on the data security if they host their system on Frappe Cloud. And secondly, what they're doing, I really appreciate. And some of our friends from South Sudan and elsewhere, they were asking that where can we get a certificate on ERPNext, like the students who are studying HR, human resource management, or studying supply chain, they want a certificate on ERP. So you can also answer that, what's your plan on grooming the end users? Like the way QuickBooks they're doing, they have the training and certification. And what I've seen so far, that that if you offer SAP for free and QuickBook for $2,000, some of the organizations, they will choose QuickBooks because they will get the experts on QuickBooks, and the end users, they like QuickBooks. So this is my own experience. You may oppose on that. So is there any way you can open a course on procurement and logistics and human resource, so that the students can get access to it and get a certificate which will be accredited by Frappe? And next is what new we are expecting, new features we are expecting in 2026 that you haven't mentioned in your presentation. So last year in February we are here, and and you have done quite a lot on CRM and HR. Thanks for that. And also we'd like to know what's new coming, so that we'll not develop the custom doc types like we did recently, and then you have released the CRM. So that's it. Thank you for everything.
So a lot of questions. I'll try and answer. And what's coming? So we have multiple layers of technologies that we are building, right from the framework to ERPNext to Frappe Cloud, HR. Now we have the business apps, that is CRM, help desk, and developer tools, builder. We're building Studio, which is a visual app designer that we've already showcased in earlier events. Building a productivity suite. Basically, we have an internal goal to de-Google ourselves. So we want to move to all self-hosted productivity like email, documents, file sharing, Meet. We have something called Frappe Meet that we use internally. And so we have slides and a lot of other stuff. So I think the goal is to continue to deepen these products. Like ERPNext is the most mature of all the products we have. Frappe Cloud is also quite mature. So these are big teams inside Frappe now, ERPNext and Frappe Cloud. And the other teams are maybe smaller, but I think the goal is to deepen all our products right now. We will not go into domains, like we'll not go into specific like things like healthcare, education, that we will want the community to, opportunity for the community to take up and build expertise in domains, and also localizations, which I think is also up to the community. So yeah, there will be incremental improvements on ERPNext. We have a roadmap on ERPNext now. So if you go on GitHub, you can see you can go on projects and you can see all the issues that are planned for monthly releases. So yeah, there is a lot of activity happening. You'll have to keep track on GitHub to see what is coming up. A lot of the decision making we have in Frappe is also decentralized, so I can't say anything about what people are working on, but the general trend is to get deeper functionality and better quality. Like the entire month of February, we stopped all new development and we just focused on fixing bugs and security issues. So that I think we can see a lot of improvements in some of those areas. Yeah, so that's our goal, is to reduce our own customer support by making the product more robust. On education, I think is also another area where we want community to take over. Like I don't feel it is, I feel it's a conflict of interest for us to go to a college and say you teach Frappe, right? I somehow don't feel that is the natural thing. But if somebody in the community does it organically, like the Frappe Club or people, then that's fairer. So I leave it. There are some colleges that are already doing it. Lot of companies have a set of interns they always hire. Like Vignesh, who runs RL Technologies, like they have 20 interns at any point of time, and the moment they get new business, they hire the interns and make them into full-time employees, and then they have a steady pipeline of interns. Like they work with the local college. So it's a lot of partners are working with local colleges to release their own bottlenecks in terms of hiring, and having interns is a great win-win. And if you are hiring interns to any Frappe partner, please pay them. Don't hire free interns. So at least give them some basic stipend. And yeah, so I think that will happen organically. There is an associate certificate on the Frappe school that is there, which is a very low cost associate certificate that we have started. It has found limited success. So, maybe you can look into it. And your first question was security. Okay. Data privacy and security, right? So there are multiple answers, like there is infrastructure security, application security, network security, right? I mean, we are working on all of these. We have a full-time security engineer in Frappe now, so that's a big plus. Hosting other people's data is our business, so we are tightening the processes around access. Like, we want to act like a data processor in the long run. Like, we are an infrastructure company, Frappe, so we don't want to be we don't want to be data owners. Like, we just want to be like AWS, right? Like, ultimately, we don't want to access any customer's data unless it is for support. And maybe we also have a consent-based mechanism now for support engineers to go and look at somebody's data. So we are trying to tighten a lot of the screws. I think if companies are hosting somewhere, right, they might as well host on Frappe Cloud, because it's not like that, unless they're hosting on-prem and they have that IT security team, like Victory Farms or whoever, right? Like, if you have an IT team that manages, then I think it makes sense to host your own servers. But if you are a small business, I think then, or a small non-profit, just from a feasibility perspective, it's just better to trust somebody. The example I gave is, like, you have to trust your doctor, right? End of the day, when you go in an operation, like, you just trust the doctor. I mean, our reputation depends on hosting other people's data. So obviously we are very careful about it. But yeah, I mean, there is always a constant improvement on those lines as well. So I hope that answers some of your questions, but there are no easy answers for anything.
Good evening. Yeah, my name is Ucheng Scott. I'm a Kenyan and a dev. Thank you so much for the work that you've done on the Frappe framework, ERPNext. It's a really beautiful thing. I think to some of us, as devs, it's a dream come true. It's not easy to develop even the authentication itself. Nowadays, you can take 2 weeks developing authentication itself. Frappe has made it so easy. So for that, we appreciate. I remember back before 2020, Odoob came to Kenya and they called the dev community. And they said that, we have this open source project that is going to change the ERP ecosystem. And we really jumped to it. I remember I was one of them. And they came once, twice, and the idea was floated to us. And back then, I think I deployed 2-3 instances to clients. After 2020, again, they invited us. In one of the posh hotels, it's called Ole Sereni, Mara Ole Sereni. I walked in and we were around 3,000 in number, if I'm not wrong. And one of the things they came to tell us is, now you can be able to get only one app for free. And then they said, yeah, we are open source. So you have to go back and tell your clients that, when now I do an update, you can only get inventory. But for you to be able to track things to do with accounting and stocks, you have to pay $5 per user. And so I think I walked out. And when I walked out, I decided to venture into development. Now I left to do a site. So when that happened, I got a very good client who was doing logistics. And we integrated with their core system. And for, I think, 5 years, things were very nice. We did more than 6 applications. Now, this client right now is now again coming and saying that we don't want isolated applications. We want one thing. So right now we are being kicked out because another provider is giving one solution for all. It was procured by MSC. So now, right now, we are running back to ERPNext. And the dream is very sweet. The open source is very sweet to our ears. It's a very good thing. I think since January, I've been trying my hands on it. I've been trying to do bench stuff. Some of them crash. But I got a few instances running. And it is the reason why I'm here today, that we may be able to build on this. However, I wanted to ask one question. Is this dream true? Or we are going to 5 years, you'll come and tell us. Now, Frappe, shall we, So that is my question. And the other question, I came here and I met a very good fellow, Sibusiso, from South Africa. And Sibusiso also sold me a dream about cloud infrastructure built in Africa. And he told me a story. He said, how much do you think the cost of a bread is in the US? So the answer was, I didn't have the answer, but we Googled. And we found it was $5. Then I say, $5 for bread? That is not an African dream. I told him in Kenya we buy it for 0.6 to $1. That is 60 Kenyan shillings. And I said, yeah, but with them they can pay $5 because they are able. They can afford that. And then he told me what the infrastructure in South Africa is looking like. He said it is in an African soil. And I believe I'm in an African soil. So he told me that there is a package that they were doing for 20 rands. So I asked him, what is that in Kenya shillings? And we converted, it was 140 shillings. And I'm like, you mean 140 or 1,400 shillings? And so I found that as long as they are a reliable entity, please also include it on Frappe Cloud. So that I know Amazon, the other partners, they are very nice. They are very good. And we also want to be able to work on Frappe Cloud. Can we also have a Frappe Cloud running on African infrastructure? The ones we can afford. I know there are those who can afford $5, a loaf of bread for $5. But I also know the Kenyan situation is, right now the SME market is potent, which means it is very fertile. But I will tell you, some of the people will go and pitch to is telling them that you have to pay $100 for VPS services. They'll first of all tell you, let me go and discuss with my partners, I'll come back. And some of those clients, you will not see them. So my 2 questions. 1, the open source dream, is it a reality? 2, for these kind of moments that are before us, is it possible? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott, for the questions. So, yeah, I had a chat with Sibusiso as well. So we are working. So even currently, even in India, we are not hosting bare metal. So we are building capability to host bare metal servers on Frappe Cloud, like spin up our own VM infrastructure. So the moment, and that project is already well underway. So we want to be multi-cloud. We don't want to depend on AWS anyways. So the sooner we figure out bare metal hosting, the faster we can enable more providers on Frappe Cloud. And yes, localization and getting local servers is definitely on the list. On the open source dream, like this comes up a lot actually. And in the last Frappeverse in Cairo, there was a very heated discussion, and this is the summary, right? The right answer is that this is the wrong question, and I'll tell you why. The only free software you have is the one you have today. Like what you have today will be forever free, and you can fork it and use it. But to say that somebody continues to develop software for free is also, in some ways, trying to control somebody else's time and labor, right? So to say that, now that you have given so much for free, you are forced to forever, kind of give it for free, right? So I think that question is wrong. That, we can't, like open source is not free labor. That is what we have to remember. That is why I insisted, have a stipend, don't, or even if there is, even if the Red Cross guys, want volunteers, don't just ask, contribute, right? No, there has to be, there is no such thing as free labor, right? And this is also the opportunity for the community to deepen itself, right? The best hedge against some, like having one entity having so much power is to build a better community. Like if you let Frappe do all the heavy lifting on the product development, and there are not enough non-Frappe contributors, then you're always risking bad behavior from the person you are allowing to control the ecosystem, right? So I think the right answer is the community should organize, and the community should also remember that any public resource like open source software, at least more people should come and take the load of maintaining it, right? While if you allow one, like while it's great, one company is doing all the contributions, we are enjoying the free outcome of that, right? But like if you really believe in ensuring that, like, just don't give Frappe the power to ever do that, and and that depends on how well the community we are able to build, and make sure that never happens. So that is the right answer in my view. So.
Now you've sparked up a debate. Sorry? Now you've sparked up a debate.
Yes.
There is free labor, but then there is also building experience from zero, which is what I would encourage them to do. And because again, we also did that when we were trying to promote ERPNext from the ground, right? Because the point is, can we show value? So maybe it is not free labor, maybe it is sweat equity. And maybe that's what most open source people are looking for. Sweat equity. Hopefully it can be converted, That is my...
No, I understand. See, there is, like, you give power to somebody and then, you know what is happening in the world, right? I don't need to talk about it, right? So just don't give power to one. Like, the way to really have a robust ecosystem, and yes, there are stages, right? I mean, like even Frappe, we spent a lot of years in the wilderness, right? It's not like we started making money in the first year or the second year or the third year or the fourth year, right? I mean, it took us a long time to also make money, right? So if you are sustainable, right? If you have crossed the sustainability barrier, try and be a good citizen. Try and be a good citizen. And like I'm not saying this for everybody. Like if you're trying to just build your business, then don't do it. Like build your business. First become sustainable. Make sure you have a sustainable, profitable business. But if you are already in a stage where you are sustainable and profitable, and you want this open source dream to continue, then be a participant. That is the way you ensure the dream continues, right? Don't just be a consumer, like also be a participant. That is the broad idea. It's again not for everybody and not right now, but at least for people who are in a position should somehow be participant here. And also this idea that, again, contributions, we come back to contributions, right? And while a lot of open source work is happening. Somehow it doesn't feel it's integrated with the rest of, like, it's like, make sure whatever you guys are making is very usable, right? I mean, beyond just your customers. And I know this is also additional effort and additional cost, but you can write good readmes, you can make sure that when people post issues on your product, like, you are resolving them at least for some time. So good documentation. I think Navari had made a start. I was just seeing they have a docs.navari. So I think that's a great start. I mean, this is exactly what you need, right? You need people to think very, very long term and make sure that all the energy that is out there doesn't just dissipate in 100 directions, right? Somehow we're able to bring all this energy back into the ecosystem and then create more strong participants and a more level playing field for everybody. Yeah. So just some thoughts on, when you again, this is only for the people who are reach sustainability. Think of, how you can try and bring back things in some kind of an ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks. The question was very good regarding the developers' experience you had and the potential cost that can come in later on after right now it's being a free software. But let's go back to the maths. Why would somebody charge when it was not charged before? Because the costs are not sustainable, right? So as a community, if we want to remain as a community, there are multiple things that can be done. One is to contribute, fine. But there's also contribution in terms of financial resources. Going for Frappe Cloud is in a way contributing towards sustainability of ERPNext. That is how we see it. Okay? It is not just that we are paying for the services of hosting the customer sites. It is helping us gain kind of an insurance that the product will remain in the direction we are going. So that is our thinking. Very selfish, nothing to do with Frappe, but it is for us to survive. Yeah, and and whether it is like I see Navari has done this contribution, Upande has done, ERP champions have done the contribution. If we are using it, and if we are not contributing towards it in code and not in money, be sure someday down the line, those contributions will not be sustainable and you'll have a charge against it. It's very simple maths, no complication. Thanks.
Say something. Yeah. Hello everyone, good evening. So good to be here again. So good to see so many old people and also a lot of new people. So thank you for being here. It's probably my third time being here. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Moses. I'm from ERP Champions in Uganda. It's one of the partners. So I just wanted to welcome everyone who's been here for the first time, because I remember the first time I was here, it was so exciting. All the technology presentations just felt like, oh my God, oh my God. So that is still there, but what I'm noticing now is engaging the community. That feels, hearing now what people are experiencing, everyone's own issues. So that's feeling very exciting. I wanted to comment about the discussion on the community. Actually, it's a question. How much, do you have some numbers on the contributions versus what Frappe is doing, right? So Frappe's own, Frappe is the core maintainer of all these products, as we know, but we have the community chipping in. I just wanted to get a sense of if you have those numbers and how they are either growing or how that's developing. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are also running out of time. I'll answer this, and maybe there is a dance program as well and a group photo as well. But the discussion we can continue over dinner. So let's continue that discussion. In terms of core contributors outside Frappe, I mean, few people come to mind. One is Rafael Mayer, who is from Aleph Technologies in Germany. He and his team contributes. They do voluntary contributions. We don't support them. We support Resilient Tech. Sagar is a very good security thinker, and he keeps reporting very important security issues to us, but so we support some contributions. We've started supporting Kiro from Egypt as a contributor. And then we also get a lot of core contributions, again, supported by us through RL Technologies and Hussein, Build with Hussein. Now Hussein runs his own company. So we support contributions from those. So like as Frappe, like now that we are sustainable as a company, we are happy to give money, right? Like Mitesh said, like don't just, just make sure it's sustainable, right? So I think maybe even at this time, maybe that number is around 70 to 80%. It used to be 90 plus, but now I think it's 70. And then when you consider all the compliance apps that people are making, when you add up all the compliance apps and other stuff, maybe that number is in that 60-70% range. So yeah, it's growing. We are seeing more and more contributors. And even as Frappe, we have intent, we have the incubator program. So, if you have projects that you want supported, we also support through the incubator. I think we've supported 10 plus projects already on the incubator program. So we are doing our bit to encourage other contributors to come in. And if you want to be an active contributor, like this is an invitation, if you're willing to put in some hours a week for contributions, Frappe is willing to support you and you can work as an independent contributor. So, get in touch with any of us and we'll work out something. Yeah. On the note, I'll hand it over to Forum or vote of thanks first, and then photo, and then the dance program. Or the vote of thanks in the end. Okay, so we'll do the group photo now, and then we have a dance program, and then we'll do a vote of thanks, and then we'll head for dinner. So that's the... So we all come over, let's do a group photo.